Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Hello?
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
It's showtime!
Groovy.
Yo, what's up, everybody? My name is Anthony, and this is my channel, Child of the Corn. And tonight we are going to be going over the Halloween franchise. So just like our last stream, we went over the Friday the 13th franchise. We're just going to go over each film, kind of give our thoughts and opinions on each, and then we will do our own personal ranking at the end of the stream. So for everybody that's here, thank you for joining us. And I have two people with me tonight. You guys have seen him before. My man from Columbia, Missouri, Mr. Donnie.
What's going on, party people? What's happening, everybody? Thank you for having me, Anthony.
Yep. And then we got my man, Cody. I'm so sorry, dude. Is it South or North Dakota? It's North Dakota, right?
North Dakota.
Yeah, it is North Dakota. Okay, my bad, dude. Yeah, I was like, okay, I think it's North Dakota. Nice. So
get it right one of these days.
No, appreciate you guys coming on tonight. You know, I figured I got to go back to work tomorrow night, so I was just telling Cody before, I wish I would have done a few more streams during my little vacation break that I had, but it was a good break, and why not cap it off with the Halloween stream? So we'll just say how was your guys' like weekend? You know, how's your guys' week started? What do you guys been like watching? Cody, I think I was talking to you about some movies that you've been watching. Donnie, you've been watching anything or?
Yeah, actually, it's funny that you said that because let's see, I got it right here. Is what I've been on all week.
Very nice, dude. Very nice.
Waiting for a trailer for the sixth one to come out.
Yeah, see, okay, so that was the thing. I was reading something and it said something about, because you guys know how Tony Todd is in all of them. He's not physically in the third one, but he's the voice of like the demon on the roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
Something was talking about, or that I saw, it said Tony Todd plays, Bulworth, the coroner and stuff, but it said like 2000 to like 2025, and I was like, Final Destination 5 came out in like 2011 though, and that's what made me look up and like, oh, there's another one coming. Okay, bet. And so I just grabbed, went through my trusty box and I found it, 5-film collection. I watch and so far I've watched all of them except the Final Destination because it's trash. But beyond that, that's what I've been on the last.
Is that the one with all like the the third one's the 3D one, right? Or which one has
fourth
all...
one? Which 3D?
No. Yeah,
okay.
The Final Destination.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Devin Sawa was actually at Scarefest when we went, and yeah, we just didn't have any time to unfortunately get his autograph. But yeah, his lines, were pretty busy and stuff like that. But actually, if I would have got anything signed, it would have been, I had a VHS copy of Idle Hands, which is a great Halloween film. But dude, Final Destination, that's dope, dude. Dude, isn't it just great that like physical media always has like those collector like edition sets that just have like all the films, and it's just like, fuck yeah, man. Like we were kind of blessed to have that shit when we were growing up and stuff. So very nice.
And they all have like the behind the scenes like features on them,
Dude, even just like the DVD sets have all those good features and shit like that, dude. I love that shit, man.
Well, like DVD of Final Destination 3 had that Choose Their Fate edition, where it's like everything plays out differently based on the choices you make for the characters, and that is
dope.
Cool as hell.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you'll buy those, and it'll like when it starts, it'll just say play movie. There ain't no special features. There ain't no subtitles. There ain't nothing. So it's cool to have all of that.
Just want to say what's up, Sarah. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. She said Idle Hands is so fun. It is, honestly. That movie is just like, don't take it serious. It's like, it just reminds me of my adolescence, to be honest. Yeah, great film, man.
I love the vent scene where they're climbing in, and then just Alba's friend gets like decapitated or whatever in the fan.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, yeah, that movie's got, you know, I mean, it's got like, you know, pretty. It's got a little bit of CG, you know, that CGI kind of stuff in it, like that early stuff. But I still like the hand and everything. Like it's good stuff, man.
Wait, I have a question. Is Devon Sawa? That's the dude that kept. Like, I know he was in the first Final Destination, yeah, but that's the same dude that like he kept getting killed and coming back as a different character in Chucky, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, yeah, in the TV series. I didn't know that. I just knew that he was the dad in the first one.
Right.
Yeah, he played like two characters in season 1.
Yeah.
And yeah, because then he was like the priest at the school for the kids.
The president of the United States in the third season.
The third season they got.
No, he had two characters in that one too. In season 3.
What was the other one?
His lookalike that they subbed in for when he like died as the president character.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that third season is why they got canceled. Straight up.
Yeah, no kidding.
So he played the president. Was it in the second or third?
Third season.
Third. Okay, gotcha. Nice. Yeah,
but I've also been keeping up, I've been playing catch up on the Hellraiser series. So
let's go,
one,
dude.
I like that one that you can just jump around because there's really no continuity to it.
Dude, we literally just watched the third one.
I like the third one, and people hate it.
It has really good like obviously elements from like the first two. It's a little bit, you know, off the chain, but you can obviously tell that it has more of that like dimension, you know, like kind of like Hollywood, you know, production value to it and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like he's off the chain, and like there are really good practicals in that movie too, man.
Club massacre scene is just amazing.
Exactly.
Wait, we're talking about the Pinhead movies, right?
Yeah,
correct.
Wasn't there like a TV show like for that too?
I can't remember.
Interesting. Not that I know of.
I could have sworn, or maybe it hasn't happened yet, or there was supposed to be something about like the Hellraiser thing. I don't think
they did the reboot movie. I don't know if they're going to make a sequel to that or not.
Okay, maybe what was it called?
Hellraiser.
Yeah, just Hellraiser.
But it was a female Pinhead.
Yep.
That might be what I'm thinking about then.
Yeah, that's on Hulu if you ever want to check it out. I actually really liked it a lot.
It might be what I'm thinking.
Speaking of Hellraiser, Chelsea's got the chains. What's up,
Chelsea?
I just saw Chelsea was at a con and everything. I really liked her cosplay of Freddy. Really good stuff, Chelsea. Yeah, dude. Actually, Cody, we actually did just watch the reboot, the newer one on Hulu, and dude, it wasn't that bad. And honestly, I think that they could probably. I don't want to like guarantee or anything, but I think they're really set up for like a sequel, to be honest. Yeah,
they did.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they did it, to be honest. But it is actually not that bad. And I think the best thing about that, like, I like the whole setup of like how he created like this like cage in like this big mansion or whatever you want to call it. But like, dude, the score in that movie is so good, dude. It very much resembles the first two for sure.
And like all the sequels of the original franchise after 3, I think it's 3 or 4. Everything after that, they pretty much tossed aside scripts and decided to just throw in Pinhead and the Cenobites in there just so they could make it another Hellraiser movie.
100%. It was this shit with like the rights and stuff like that. They pretty much were like, yo, we just have to do something. But like, I did like Inferno. Inferno's good because I like the detective aspect of it, even though it turns out that he's pretty much a bad person. But Inferno's good, man. I
just watched the one where Kirsty comes back. She's like in a small part in it, and the Hellseeker. I didn't hate that one. People are like, oh my god, they did Kirsty dirty or whatever. I'm like, but she kind of got some pretty good for her revenge in that one. So I wasn't mad at it.
No, that's dope. Dude, all of those are on like Prime right now, so I need to check them out. So
I've been watching them on Paramount Plus.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay,
nice.
I got that.
Yo, what's up, DJ? Thanks for joining us, man.
Yo,
hey.
We're kind of just spitting some stuff about some stuff we've been watching lately, but we'll get into the franchise here in a sec. But yeah, no, Cody, that's dope, dude. Yeah, I saw that pretty much all of those are on like Prime or Stars or you said Paramount Plus. So I need to just go through those.
I know the first two are pretty much streaming almost everywhere.
Pretty much,
It's always on like Shudder or Tubi or Prime.
Correct. And just like with Scream 2, just like with I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, dude, that sequel, to me, sometimes I actually like it better than the first one. The first one
that's not an unpopular opinion. I know a lot of people have said that they favor that one over the original.
Well, let's talk about it.
Oh, I love this, Sarah. This is good stuff. The first one I ever watched was Hell World. It was a movie.
That's probably my least favorite one so far, and the reason I watched it is because Henry Cavill was in it.
I was gonna say
that's what I've heard. Yeah, I remember Helvington mentioning that. That he's in that one. I know Helvington said he liked it. I haven't caught that one. I need to watch it.
Did you watch the one where Pinhead goes to space?
Bloodlines. Yeah, actually, not bad. The first
it was okay.
It was okay. Yeah, it was like a really good okay. I thought the first half of the movie actually with like that throwback like shit. I don't even know what like early 19th century kind of shit times or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like I thought that was actually kind of cool. I was like, oh, this is pretty dope. I think what's his name was in it too. Like
Adam Scott. Well, that was
Scott.
So weird to see him in it after knowing who he is now. Like back then, you wouldn't know who he was.
Exactly.
Much like how you would see Paul Rudd in Halloween. You're like, oh. But now you watch Halloween 6 and it's like, oh, hey, Ant-Man and the Judd Apatow guy.
Yeah. Dude, I love Dimension, like 90s Dimension and Miramax films. I fucking love them.
Yeah.
Dude. I mean, I know.
Weinstein's aside, I honestly am going to miss seeing the Dimension logo.
Wait. Yo, did you guys see that the Wayans brothers coming back with Scary Movie? They got the shit back.
I did see that.
And honestly, it's like I'm still excited no matter what, but the ball is in Regina Hall's court now as to whether both her and Anna Faris come back, as Anna has said that she'll only return if Regina does.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That's dope. Oh, dude, they both have to return. Dude, yeah. 100%, dude. Dude, that would be classic shit if they do.
They could totally do like the whole reboot legacy sequel stuff with them.
True. What's up, Days? She's sitting right next to me. Yeah, Halloween Eve. Crazy, dude. I feel like October went by so freaking fast, man. But it was good. It was a good month. It was good. I was like, telling Dace and Conrad, and like, I wonder like what they'll go over. I'm pretty sure they'll go over Terrifier, like kind of like what stuff they'll like, you know what I mean? Like throw in the movie. I guarantee you it'll be.
There's going to be a Hereditary one in there somewhere.
Yeah, probably, or something like that. There'll be like that elevated horror stuff.
There's been a ton of time between like, 5 and then technically 2 for the Wayans to cover.
Yeah.
To cover a ton of material.
I wonder if they're going to cross that line, because I'm pretty sure it's like different studio, all that. But I'm wondering if they're going to cross that line of like the haunted house thing. You know what I mean? Because it's still, it's still part of the Wayans. Like, it's from that mindset. You know what I'm saying? Marlon, Keenan, Baby Wade Productions and stuff.
So my bad, Cody. I'm not very up to date with like. So what do you mean Dimension? Like who are they selling to, or what's happening?
Well, I'm guessing they must have gone bankrupt. They shut down because of the whole Weinstein stuff. So now pretty much all of their properties are sold to Paramount now. So that's why Dimension, the Scream movies aren't under Dimension.
Okay,
under Paramount.
Yep. Nice. Paramount's a good company though. Even though
as long as it's not under Spyglass, but that's a whole different discussion.
Right. True.
No, it's weird. It's like so Paramount is part of, Viacom, which owns, MTV and Nickelodeon and all that kind of stuff, VH1. And what's weird is like it's almost like some of their own material they don't own the rights to. It's like they're licensing it from some other company. And I say that because on my cable, I had Showtime, and if you have Showtime on the cable subscription, they automatically gave you Paramount Plus, no ads, for free for having Showtime on. I guess Showtime is made by Paramount too, or something, or Viacom. So I noticed, I'm watching like Nickelodeon stuff on there. SpongeBob pops up and old Timmy Turner and all that kind of stuff. And I'm looking, and I was watching Kenan and Kel. I go on there one day, all 4 seasons, all 97 episodes or whatever it was, 96 episodes. And then I go back to watch it a couple months later. Now season 3, season 4 gone. But it's like, well, this aired on Nickelodeon. Like, so y'all own the stuff, right? Or do you not? And there's a lot of I'm noticing with some of that stuff is just missing. So I'm wondering what's going to happen with this. Like, are they just going to have the right to distribute it for X amount of time, and then boom, it's going to be gone just as quickly as they got? You know what I mean?
Good question, dude. Yeah, like I feel like it. Yeah, you're right. It's probably like that with like a lot of shit, to be honest. I feel like you brought this up to me one other time, and I just see, again, I'm not very familiar with like who has the licensing to like all kinds of stuff, but like, yeah, it's probably swapped between hands like way more than you would think and shit. So
yeah, and I think too, I'm really interested to see if Sean is going to come back for Scary Movie, because it's like, not that he like left comedy or anything, but it's like he stays a little bit more low key, I feel like, than Marlon or Damon.
Yeah,
Damon's never been in it, but Kenan has always been at the helm of writing it, and then Sean and Marlon on screen.
Yeah.
And you can make the argument that Scary Movie 2 is just as funny.
What's up, Dom?
Dom, what's happening?
Yeah, dude, that's a good question. Dude, I hope they all return, man, to be completely honest. Like, that'd be cool.
Fire.
Yeah. Like, I just did you notice, Cody, that Bobby was in Terrifier 3? Dude, he probably had like one of the like most gruesome, like, he was one of the
Abrams was in Terrifier 3.
He was the construction worker that went and found him sitting there in the chair, and then he got his scalp pulled back.
Oh my god, I totally didn't. Did he? Because he had like a big beard and stuff, so I probably wouldn't have recognized him. Maybe.
I think he. I leaned over to Dace and I'm like, "That's Bobby from from Scary Movie." But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was him. Yeah. Is that his name? Yeah, it's Bobby, right?
Bobby. Yeah. It was my first keg party, Bobby.
Yeah.
Remember he was talking about like how late he was to school, and he left and he was right there on
Yeah, he's
on the grounds.
He's like, later, Papa, Big Papa, the little mama or whatever.
Yeah.
Little Jim.
Yeah, little Jim. Yeah. Later, and he like walks right into the freaking stairs of the school. Yeah. Man, that shit is too
I met him at a con, and he's super cool.
That's dope. Yeah.
Like, I asked him if he got to keep his severed head from House of Wax, and he said he didn't, but he got to keep his jacket that he had on there in it.
Dude, yeah, he was great in that movie, man. Oh man,
yeah.
Dude. That'll be a great stream. Dude, we got to do a stream on the remakes, man. That'll be a really good that'll be a really good stream.
Speaking of which, Cody, are you a Vincent Price fan?
I haven't seen all his work, but I've seen a few things, yeah. But I like what I've seen.
He's got so many movies that like
dude.
You'd be pressed to try to watch all of them.
Yeah, so. Like I did watch the original House of Wax a few years ago, and I was surprised by how creepy it actually was.
That's what I was coming to. Was it colorized for you? Or black and white?
Yes, it was colorized.
Yeah. So a lot of those movies that he made are in the public domain, which means nobody owns them. So it can be on, and you can put it on YouTube, and they can't, you're not going to get a copyright claim because nobody owns it. It's, 60 years old. And, but I was telling Anthony, I think a couple weeks ago, I watched House on Haunted Hill, which is creepier in black and white to me, but I just love the color. I'm a Technicolor kid. I grew up, watching colorized TV, but, I watched House on Haunted Hill and then watched the remake, right after, just to, juxtapose the two. And I was more surprised, even though I'd seen them both before, at how like close they kept to the story. I mean, they changed the $10,000, $1 million. You know what I mean? Like the mansion is big, stuff like that, for the fact that it was 1999, literally 40 years later. But
yeah, they kept the general concept of the original, like put it into it, but they put another plot into it by having the supernatural stuff real the whole time, like them coming
yeah,
after people and stuff.
which and then even because I remember, so my grandma had seen it. Let's see, the original House on Haunted Hill came out in 1959. So my grandmother had just had my mom the year before. So I remember her saying, because my grandma was from St. Louis, and that's where Vincent Price was from. And she would talk
that's
about
dope.
how he would just like he was so personable with the people that, he was a gourmet chef, right? And so he would just like set up and be somewhere downtown St. Louis, down by the Arch, or somewhere down there, and he'd just be like cooking gourmet stuff, and like the fans could come and test the food, take pictures with him, whatever. Like he was just personable like that, right? And she said that she had seen House on Haunted Hill, but it's been so long since she saw it, so we were watching it before a couple weeks ago, whatever, and just it's interesting. Like that movie's like barely an hour and 15 long, the original one, and I was trying to get her to that plot twist, at the end with the doctor, and it's like, well, if there was nothing for his wife to hang herself with, then how the hell did she get up there? And I was trying to see if she was going to catch like the twist, because the first time I saw it, I was like, get the hell out of here. You know what I mean? Like, and then same thing in the remake when Blackburn locks Stephen Price in the whatever the hell that machine was that they put him in.
Yeah.
Like
that isolation, like spin chamber or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like whatever the hell that was. And I'm like,
yeah,
if you weren't insane when they put you in there, you would definitely be by the time you come out.
100%. What are you gonna say, Cody?
I was gonna say I agree with Sarah.
100%.
I think they're generally fun company too. They put out a ton of fun movies. Like Orphan was one of them, and like people don't really like Gothica for the most part, but I really like that one a lot.
The one with Halle Berry?
Yeah, the one with Halle Berry. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, not bad, dude.
Like I'm waiting for that one to finally get a Scream Factory release.
Yeah, right.
I've pretty much done all of the Dark Castle films at this point, except for that one.
So I have a question about that. So Scream Factory, right? So like they license these movies so they could put out some special edition, or like
I think so, right?
Because
I'm not sure on how that all works, because they don't just have like one company. They'll like go through different ones. Like the Dark Castle movies are obviously through Warner Brothers. They've done the Halloween films, Friday the 13th, and then they have The Faculty coming out later this year. So
nice.
So with the reason I say that though is because a lot of times, even if I'm on like Amazon or whatever, it brings up whatever movie I'm looking for, but it says Scream Factory presents Candyman, whatever. But I don't see it like otherwise. If that like I don't see other vendors to buy it from. It's always the Scream Factory thing. Now the Final Destination thing, I got that like out of Walmart or whatever, so that's different.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, like, what is like?
When they release their stuff, they always tend to pack a ton of new features. They always have the best transfers of things. So
that's kind of what I'm saying.
Mostly it comes with like special features, and then they'll throw like a poster in there or something like that, and it's
and see.
I usually buy my copies on Amazon because it's like way cheaper than buying it through their
1,000%. Yeah.
100%.
eBay, eBay. Yeah. I usually go on eBay, but some of them are really nice. And then some of them okay, my bad. Cody, do you ever like get them and then you feel like the sound is like really loud, but then when they talk, it's like not very loud? I swear to God.
I feel like I've had that happen a couple of times.
Exactly. I swear to God, it's happened on a couple of them. And they're like,
oh,
my bad. No, you're good, Donnie.
My fault. No, I was just gonna say that it's because there's no EQ compression on the audio that's happening. So there's a thing like like in music, like compression, where sometimes it's in a guitar pedal, sometimes it's like an effect on the board, whatever, right? But like Gene Simmons used to use one in Kiss, for example, and he would have the compressor where and he would have it dialed in, and you turn it up where no matter how hard he hit the string on any note, the notes were all going to be the same volume, regardless if it was the lowest note or the highest note. It compresses the line, of sound where, the highs come down, the lows come up, and then it's right here, like, in a band that it stays on. I notice a lot of those, like, it's been, updated to 1080 or 4K.
Yep.
There's a lot of that I notice, and there's a lot more sound options. There's 5.1 surround sound. There's Dolby Digital Audio. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of different.
To be honest, that could be the thing. It is. Maybe they were Dolbys and they were more like for surround setting, like kind of thing. And it was like, yeah, maybe it was more like that, but it is weird. It's only been like that with a few movies, but other than that, like a few of them have actually been like the Urban Legend one, perfect. Like, dude, I feel like that one's like perfect, one of the best. Yeah, one of the best transfers.
What'd you get with it?
Urban Legend is Sony.
Say it again. Sorry.
Sony, but it's Sony TriStar, like TriStar, Sony is through Columbia Pictures is through Sony and all that.
I like this shape. I'm not gonna lie, this movie is actually not that bad. I won't say it's the best.
Can't wait
to
franchise. Talk about that one.
Yeah, exactly. That'll definitely be a good one. I want to get to a few more of these. Yo, DJ, I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. That's actually an original. I probably shouldn't have hung it up. Just playing without a fucking gosh, why can't I even think
frame?
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, I shouldn't have hung it up without a frame, but I was like, God, my wall's just blank. I got to use something. But that and the Scream 3 one are both originals. These other ones are just little cheap ones. But yeah, I do very much like that. I can't wait to talk about that film too. That'll be a really good one. Yeah, Eric, appreciate you joining us, dude. Nice. Dude, The Faculty, man. Talk about like easily one of my favorite. That'll be a good stream too, doing like a top 10 of the 90s
version of Scream is what I call it. And
amen, dude. Yeah, Kevin Williamson just absolutely killing it in the late 90s. Absolutely killing it. Mrs. Shape, what's going on, Nikki?
What's up, Nikki?
Nice. Okay, well, we talked a little bit now, so figured maybe we kind of get into it. Donnie, what was like the last Halloween you watched? Just
last one I watched, probably was on AMC or IFC, something with C at the end of the acronym. It was Halloween 4.
Nice.
And
very good.
I came into it. It was still relatively at the beginning. I came into it right at the point when he made sure to get the paramedic up out of there with that thumb to the head.
Crazy, yeah.
Because that's realistic.
Yeah. Yeah, 4 is good, and they always played that shit on AMC, dude. Like all the time. That one was always on AMC. That and 5 for sure. No
4
doubt.
or 5. I think.
Yeah, it was either 4 or 5 for sure.
Today's the 30th. I think it was Monday or Sunday. It was on, and it was just Michael versus everybody is what they called it, and they were just marathoning all the movies. But for some reason, they weren't showing them in order, which was kind of strange.
I have noticed that they do that, actually. Not to be, dude, we went up to Scarefest, and I was like, yeah, we're sitting in our hotel, and I'm like, oh, AMC is going to be playing all the Halloween films. They were playing like The Uninvited and stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, they were playing Edward Scissorhands, which was pretty dope. I hadn't seen that in a while, but I was just kind of surprised that they hadn't been showing. But I guess the week of Halloween, yeah, dude, that was actually probably the first Vincent Price movie I ever saw. Like, I know he's not in it for super, super long, but like, that was probably the first time I ever saw him because we had that movie growing up.
He died like 2 months later. 2-3
Yeah,
months later.
I think you remember you telling me that. Yeah. But okay, yeah, let's kick it off with this is probably obviously everybody's favorite. We're gonna start with the OG, the one that started it all. I'll let you start, Cody. I'll let you start and kind of give your 2 cents on the film, what you like, maybe what you don't like. I mean, there's not a lot of stuff to really hate about the movie, but
yeah, this is actually my second favorite movie of all time after Scream.
Let's go, dude.
So,
nice.
Like you said, this movie is basically perfection. Like, when you think of a slasher, you think of just something brainless and fun. But here, I feel like it succeeds in making a slasher actually scary, and that's because of how brilliantly it's shot, and Carpenter's score, and just how well it's written and acted. Just all these components together make it such a good and scary slasher movie. Like, for the longest time after I first saw it, like, some of just the sharp cues that it makes, like when Lindsay and Annie are running across the street to the Doyle house, and you're that right when Michael stands up for signing the card, that got me so bad every single time I watched it for a while.
Yes, dude, and I don't know what that sound is. It drives me crazy. I love that sound because it happens at school too.
Yeah, when
the bully runs into Michael,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and it's
my bad.
I think if I had to pick one thing that maybe is not perfect, like even as a kid or when I was younger and first watched it, I thought it was really cringeworthy, is Bob's line. First, we'll take your clothes off, then you take my clothes off, and then we'll take Lindsay's clothes off. No, let's not.
Yeah, I definitely do remember that line. Dude, honestly, Cody, I think you couldn't have explained it any better, dude. It is literally like simplification, like just personify, like it's such a simple film but done in such a perfect way. Like it's insane, dude. Yeah,
so many people say it's like boring or slow in parts. I'm like, I've never gotten that at all.
I mean, okay, like, dude, what kind of movie isn't a tad bit slow in some areas? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's any movie, man. Like I think it's pretty. I don't think it's a slow burn at all or anything like that. But maybe I could see something like that. But like, dude, it's just like you said, it's a very simple movie, but it's just like done so well, man. It really honestly is. So what about you, Donnie? What do you think?
It's definitely one of my all-time favorites too. Matter of fact, once I got past my paralyzing fear of Chucky and started to like horror, because my mom traumatized me with Chucky when I was a small child, and so I was just mortified just because his face with all the stitches in it just scared me to death as a kid. Once I got older and I started watching those movies, this shit ain't really that scary. And then my aunt, she'd always been into horror. She just likes watching people get killed on screen for whatever reason. And I just happened to be with her. One October Fear Fest thing, we watched Halloween, and then I went back home. It was still on, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna sit and watch the rest of them. That's why, like I said, and we'll get there, but I'll just tell that story when we get there. But when I saw that, I was like, yeah, man, this is a dope movie. Like, I mean, aside from the green trees in the middle of October, like I never felt like, oh no, this movie is too slow or the pace. Nah, I don't understand where that even comes from. Like we were talking about Final Destination earlier, and one thing I was just saying to myself earlier when I was watching the third one, it's like the pacing of that movie is so fast, you don't really get a chance to kind of like digest who just got killed by what or whatever it was. Because as soon as one person or group of people died, they were right there in scene with the next person who was about to die. Then boom, jump to the next one. Like there was no like in between to like let it breathe. You get that in Halloween. You know what I mean? You get the like that time to breathe where, you see Mike kind of plotting, you know what I mean? Or, he's just in the background, just kind of chilling, scoping, waiting, for what he's about to do. So, absolutely.
And, one thing I say too is the fact that there's really no hard evidence of blood in it. It's such a tame slasher, and people will shit on the Prom Night remake. Oh, there's no blood, blah blah blah. There should have been more blood there. I'm like, now this didn't even occur to me until like pretty recently. It's like there's really not that much blood in Halloween either. So if you hate Prom Night for that fact, I mean, you can hate it for a variety of reasons. I don't hate it personally, but you can hate it for any reasons. But if you're gonna hate it for that reason, you might as well hate Halloween also.
So that's the mark of a great director. I just want to say real quick. It's like when they can make something so good in a scene where there is all this, unbridled violence, let's say, where they force your mind to make it worse than what you actually see.
Yep. Same thing with Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original one. People remember it being so gory, but it's really not.
But it's not. That Halloween, and I go back to like the first case evidence
Psycho
that made me think of that. Well, yeah, Psycho, and There's No Blood in House on Haunted Hill. There's no, but for me it was Scarface, because I never really thought about it. When the whole chainsaw thing is happening, you don't really see the chainsaw like making contact and cutting off limbs. You don't see that at all. You know what I mean? But when it cuts back, you just see yellow chainsaw with blood on it, and your mind immediately goes, "Oh, dude, we saw him cut his leg off." No, you didn't. That never even happened. And I feel like that's those great directors. They did that kind of shit. Carpenter, Kubrick, Spike. I know his movies aren't really gory, but you could one or two things make your mind go into a place where you didn't see that on screen.
Dude, well said by both of you guys. Donnie, I totally agree. That's like the best way of putting it. Like you said, like in between the scenes, it gives you some time to breathe and just kind of like think, a little bit more like about just, and like you said, like Michael, he's kind of plotting like a little bit. Everybody calls it like Michael's like the ninja, you know what I mean? Like he's always in the shadows, he comes to there's some really good shots and just some iconic ass shots in that fucking movie, like him standing across the street in the front yard and he looks out the window
while Annie's on the phone with Lori.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I mean, there's just some great shots in that movie, man. Dude, and this is really just me nitpicking. Just relax. Just relax. The whole Bob kill, though, anatomically, it's not accurate. Like, there's no way he's posting him up. But it's kind of, I know it's like the most like, one of the more iconic shots is like him standing there, tilting his head and everything. But it just
the length of the knife doesn't match from the knife he normally carries.
Now, the thing I'll say, we'll get to that when we get to that film or whatever. But literally, that is literally just me nitpicking. Like I'm telling you, growing up, we had the VHS that had the cover that was kind of like the reflective cover, and for the longest time, like I'm telling you, every time, I would always just tell everybody that Halloween was my favorite horror movie of all time. And it was for like a very long time. And then I just was like, man, Scream overtook that because I realized the greatness that was Scream. Not trying to say Halloween. Scream was our Halloween. Like, like our generation's like Halloween. So I definitely dig that. But dude, the first film, it's super iconic. I would actually say it's probably, if you put a poll out there of like, some of the best horror movies of all time, I guarantee you it's probably a lot of people's favorite of all time, which is totally valid. So
yeah, I'm sure the general consensus would say that they like Halloween more than Scream, honestly.
Yeah, I would. I feel like Scream might be catching up, like franchise as a whole, but like, yeah, I would say that and I'm not trying to like all the old heads or like anything like that, but I'm just saying like, I would, like if we were at Scarefest and they did like, just a poll on what everybody's favorite franchise was, I guarantee you that a lot of people would say like TCM would actually be like their favorite, or like, I feel like a lot of people.
Well, I mean, just in terms of like the original. Like,
yeah, that's true though. Yeah. Very true.
Scream turned horror inside out by itself with one film.
Yeah.
And not to say that one accolade makes it better than Halloween, but I feel like you can't shortchange Scream, because every, killer shows up, the killer does what the killer does. At the end, they get killed or they become a ghost or a specter or some shit like that. That was the formula. Then Scream happened, and that, Craven was like, nah, this is rooted in reality. And what makes it scary is that shit like that does happen.
Yep.
You know what I mean? There's not a ghost in the mirror, the hook.
Yeah, and you can say, honestly, it does. All these slashers do stem back to Halloween. Like, yeah, there was Texas Chainsaw and Black Christmas and Psycho came before, but Halloween inspired Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th,
which inspired
My Bloody Valentine, The Burning,
Valentine, Nightmare.
Nightmare.
Nightmare was its own thing, but in a sense, no, because if without Halloween, I'd almost say we wouldn't have Nightmare.
Yeah, and dude,
and then that inspired Scream, and Scream honestly inspired other movies in the post-Scream era.
Amen, dude. And like, I love how Craven did such an honorable job of like showing homage to Halloween throughout the Scream film. Like, I love that, dude. Like when Dewey walks into the house and like Halloween's playing in the background, so iconic.
He hears a scream and he panics.
Yeah, so iconic. That's such a great fucking scene, man. That third act is so fucking good, man.
And funny, and it's how like pretty much how Billy gets his downfall. Like he gets distracted by the movie, and that's when Cindy bops him.
True. Very true.
Y'all know that in that scene that Skeet had a chest protector on,
and he actually got stabbed.
Yeah, she had a heart surgery or a heart thing put in, and then it like hit him there.
Yep.
Oh, that I didn't know. I just
what
I had heard in the, I don't know if it was behind the scenes or what. I saw that too, Butterfingers. But the he had like a chest protector on, and she missed like hitting that, and it hit him like further up. So that was a legit scream. Ah, goddamn it!
Yeah,
like,
and that's because he had heart surgery, and that's why it hurt him extra more. I think if he hadn't had the heart surgery, I don't know if it would have been as bad. But
why the fuck would they leave that out?
Right. I actually just met Skeet. Was actually the very first autograph I got at Scarefest. Yeah, he seemed like a really cool dude. Yeah,
he was when I met him too.
Yeah. A lot of that was him and Matthew Lillard, man. Their lines were fucking crazy, and Rose McGowan too. Like it was pretty crazy. So my bad. I almost kind of thought about this earlier during the stream. I was like, dude, I should just pull like movies that we've all seen to like kind of compare to these movies, just like a little bit. So would you guys take Scream over original Halloween?
Biasly, I would, yes.
Okay, I probably would too. How about you, Donnie?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, and it's probably more generational. If I
had to be very critical, I would choose Halloween.
Okay, nice. No, totally valid.
Like for me personally, not that Michael Myers isn't scary, and I know I'm about to get an angry message from Shape any minute. Saying this, but not that Michael Myers isn't scary, but I'm more scared of two white boys running around, like,
and that's the
South,
reason,
bro. Like,
dude, yeah. I mean, it's just this, dude. Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, I remember when Scream came out. I know. We're talking about Scream maybe for like, I think it's a great comparison to be honest. And when we're talking about this first film, but it was just, dude. It was like, I almost wanted to ask my brother. I was actually going to call him like last week because I was like, we had the I Know What You Did Last Summer movies growing up, both of them, and then I was like, why didn't we have Scream? And I think it was because when Scream came out, dude, it was kind of like, not that like our family was like super religious or anything, but like that movie, like it like hit like society pretty deep because it was like, holy shit, like that was about as real as fucking film as it, like, you know what I mean? It seemed very real. So I think it kind of hit everybody like, oh shit, like, yeah. So I don't know if that's why, because
it's like that's just for entertainment, man. Like you got real people out here in cults and doing all kind of crazy stuff, like in the real world. That's
we're gonna get to Curse, dude.
Oh my god, I can.
But no, dude, now. Donnie, you're totally right, though, dude. Totally right. Okay, well, let's get into. I have a pretty good take on this, but I'll see what you guys say. Donnie, we'll kick it off with you, dude. What are your opinions on the sequel of the original Halloween 2?
So again, going back to the nitpicking, I think too maybe at that time, because that was, what year was that one? 81.
81, yeah.
I guess it was like a big thing was happening at that time. Like it was a big worry for parents about the whole like razor blades and the candy thing at that time. That was a big deal. And because I just remember like my uncles and stuff talking about like, like 2 separate bags of candy. This is from houses of people we don't know. This is from people we do know. Them checking the, so that was like a thing. But my gripe is the when Loomis comes in and Michael does the Harlem Shake off the balcony. He fell in two different ways, and that has always bothered me. Like it just has.
I actually just listened to a podcast recently that talked about and pointed that out too. So you're not alone in catching that. I've noticed it too. I'm like,
and he also shoots him 7 times, not 6. So
yes,
yeah, he shoots him 7
with a revolver.
Yeah.
So that always bothered me. But I mean, don't get me wrong, I do like the aesthetic. I do feel like a hospital wouldn't be that empty though, or that dark.
Okay. Totally.
It's kind of the trope of slashers, though. There's always an empty hospital.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's not. But as a person who has lived half of their life in the hospital, it's not like that. Like it, not at all. Like they had them bright ass lights on at midnight. Okay. So there's that. The scalpel joint, like, is that scalpel really strong enough to hold a person up? Like, I don't know. But, I like the way he comes through and he's getting down on people. And since I'm getting all my gripes off, how come the water didn't burn the shit out of him?
Because he's not a man, dude.
We're gonna get to that. Like,
unless, yeah, I'm trying to remember if his hand actually went down that far, or if he just grabbed her by the hair and was just like sticking it down there.
That's true. I'm pretty sure it does, though. I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
both
I'm pretty
hands
sure.
On her though.
I thought it was just one.
Was it just one?
I can't remember.
Well,
now.
he had the one, but then I remember he was like kind of feeling her up a little bit with the other hand.
True.
And,
yeah.
And that shot of him with the mask, like right when she notices him, right before he goes to grab her. You know what I mean? That's always looked strange to me. Because kind of the genius of that first one is you can't see his eyes.
You can't.
It's just all black right there, and which makes it even more terrifying. But then you just see looking back at you, and it's kind of like, nigga, take this shit off. Come on, man. We got stuff to do. Like, you know what I mean? But to say though, Anthony, that it's not that like I don't dislike that movie at all.
Yeah.
Nice. What about you, Cody? What are your thoughts?
I like it. It's actually one that has grown on me through the years since I first saw it. This is the one I always remember being on TV, I think.
Amen.
Whenever I've seen it.
Amen, dude.
There's just certain things I always remember seeing on TV as a kid, and so it just kind of sticks with me. But I know a lot of people hate that Laurie is so inactive throughout the movie, but I feel like it's realistic in that sense. Like, I can't see her. Granted, she only just got scratched on the arm, but I would assume the hospital would want her sedated after like she's been kind of panicky and all that stuff too.
Well, she did fall down the stairs, like over the stair.
Oh yeah,
she did kind of have that spill. Adrenaline might have obviously been going then when she like ran over to the house and all that stuff. But I think a lot of people say that like she's not in it enough, or she's just like not like she kind of like they have her drugged up pretty much the whole movie and stuff like that. Okay, Donnie, just in the movie's defense, I'm just like, I'm from a small town, dude. I've been around small town like hospitals, and I'm telling you, dude, like that is like it could be like that, dude. I promise you, like unless like that, like I'm just telling you, dude, it could easily be like that. Like Harvard, we have like we don't have a hospital, but I'm just telling you, man, it could. I feel like it could be like that. Like I don't know, maybe
with 3.
I think I was more questioning about like. Okay, but what about all these other patients? Like, there were like how many babies in that room? What about all the moms?
True. Like, that's true though.
But
I think about that more than how unstaffed it was.
There would be other staff members because of that. There's going to be a bunch of unattended babies in a hospital.
Because I think just the one nurse was in charge of the babies. I think.
True. I think it was.
They told her the head nurse lady told her to go check on the babies and all that. So. But
okay.
The Laurie thing I have no issue with, and I know this is where people kind of almost essentially start to hate it because of the introduction of the sibling plot line, I've never had an issue with it.
Never.
Personally.
I don't think it's
I
bad
don't
at
know
all.
what, like, no, it wasn't Carpenter's initial image, and that's fine. But for the direction it goes with Laurie and Michael, I don't mind it at all. I think it makes more logical sense than how the alternate timeline goes with 2018.
Excuse me for just a second, real quick. I gotta go run and check the laundry real quick. I'm gonna tune in.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool. Dude, Cody, I totally agree, dude. I never really, dude. I thought it added to like just the plot. I actually thought it added to it and made it like more interesting. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I get like if he's just doing it just
because he's an insane psycho killer.
Exactly. Like, I mean, if he's just doing it randomly, I get that storyline.
It's creepy. Yeah,
that's creepy. But then also, like, I don't know. I don't mind it, man. And like, just like you said, Cody, I swear, dude, it always seemed like this movie was always on more. And I always saw this movie more than the original around Halloween when I was growing up. I don't know what it was, but it was just like this one was always on. So it really,
I think especially sci-fi. I think that's where I mostly saw it.
Yeah, I think mine was like USA, AMC. Like it just, it just always seemed like it was on way more than the other ones. Dude, I fucking love the second one. The second one's so good. It has some really, really memorable shots. You know, when he's walking out of the fire at the end of the third act. You know, Ben Tramer getting hit by the car and that explosion. Like, you know, the blood
and the whole sequence where he's like going to the old couple's house to get the knife.
Oh, right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Granted, it's really random. He decides to just kill that girl, but I know they said that they threw it in because it would have been a long time until there was a first kill.
That makes total sense.
It does. It just maybe not in the sense of how Michael's goals are, but whatever.
Yeah, and I like that they were.
That was also a good jump scare too. That always got me for a while, where he just jumps out at her.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like he just like appears from like the floor,
right?
Which is kind of crazy because it's like, how you not seeing this 6 foot like dude just like, you know, whatever. But I actually don't mind that you see his eyes like with this mask. I actually really like the mask in the second one. I don't know what it is, but I think it looks cool. I like how like the second film had to up the ante a little bit because they were like, hey, Friday the 13th, they have gore, they have great practicals. We need to come in swinging and we need to have more blood and just better kills. And I think it did. I think it actually had really good, you know, just also practicals and like really like, I know Donnie was saying the whole thing with the scalpel and, you know, it's valid. I think it's almost kind of like the Bob kill. Like, is it actually practical? But, you know, I feel like that's a really iconic scene too. You know, it comes out, you know, behind the corner, picks her up, her shoes fall off. And then it, you know, the chase scene starts up and dude, I love the second one, man.
Even the simplicity of some of the kills, like where he takes a syringe and like injects all the air into her like brain or whatever it was.
Yep.
That's not a gory kill, but you feel it.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, I get it. Like it is somewhat slow, but I do feel like it is like the perfect continuation of the first film. It still feels like the first film. Like I know it has more of that synthy score to it. And I know a
lot of people like that, the synthy score.
100%. That's when Carpenter started getting into his fucking breadbasket on like, you know, how he was doing those masterful scores for like, you know, all those movies, like obviously Halloween 3, you know, and fucking Thing and all those good, you know, good ones. But yeah, I really like the second one, man. Like we'll get into the ranking at the end, but the second one has a special place in my heart for sure. Yeah. Definitely.
And like, one thing I actually never caught for the longest time until like in the last year or two, when I've heard people point it out when they've like kind of covered it on podcasts or whatever, is they say like the interaction between Marion and Loomis is they act like they haven't seen each other in like a long time when really it was like just 24 hours ago.
That is actually really true, dude. You're right. That is.
I've never caught that until I heard other people point it out. Like, oh my god,
am I just now kind of?
I didn't recognize you.
Yeah, that's so crazy, dude. Yeah, now that you say that, I'm like, yeah, there wasn't that much time. What am I talking about? Yeah, that's crazy.
And I'm just gonna say, if people come too hard on Bud, I think he was funny. Like he was never.
Yeah,
the
dude.
guy who got. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he was never. I don't think he was overly perverted. Like, sure, he made some questionable comments, like, but it was never overly perverted. Like, the only person he was really hitting on was the nurse who was actually into him.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, you always find those movies where it's like, you know, the dude from what's his name? Like, dude, what is happening? What's Helen's boyfriend's name in the first I Know What You Did Last Summer? Barry. Like,
Barry,
people are like,
yeah.
oh, he's so douchey and stuff. And I was like, dude, I knew dudes like that, like in high school and stuff like that. I know those, like when you see characters, you're just like, I know somebody like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like I've met people like that. So
well, I've always hated Barry. Like he did not have to go and practically strangle the shit out of Julie like that.
Yeah.
And Ray's just standing there.
We take it to our grave. Say it.
Yes, good. We take it to our grave.
Yeah. And then Ray's just standing there. Dude, when they do that shit in Scary Movie, that shit is so funny. Dude, I don't even think she can breathe, dude.
And he's like, so funny. He tosses her to the ground, kicking her, and then he just jumps up the air and elbows her.
Man, I gotta watch that movie.
Did you see the meme of I Know What You Did Last Summer, where it was like a picture of Freddie and Sarah, and it said like most unproblematic celebrity couple ever, and then someone's like, these people literally committed vehicular manslaughter and like just left or something like that. And people funny. Like were like, I know some people were like, wait, what? When did they do that? And they're like, oh yes, I Know What You Did Last Summer. And Sarah posted it too, and she loved it.
That is funny. Good stuff, dude. Dude, is Jennifer Love Hewitt confirmed for the next film?
I'm hearing such mixed things. Like, I want to say she is. They would not do it with Freddie and not with
this Jennifer. Is what I was thinking. Yeah, I was kind of confused, but I didn't really know because I was like, did I see a confirmation? I'm not for sure, but yeah, dude, that's dope. That's yeah. I really really hope she is.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you've heard the rumors about Scream 7 allegedly involving Sydney's daughter, right? And like McKenna Grace is playing her allegedly.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I literally was on one stream when they first announced it, and I was like, that has to be the storyline. That's what it's gonna be. Like, I knew.
Then I'm almost positive that's what the storyline for the new I Know What You Did Last Summer is going to be. And
sounds good to me.
That would just yeah, but it would suck because it's going to be so similar in story.
Like, this is what I think. I think it's going to be. I don't know if I've said this. I think we were on Helvington stream. I don't remember, but or no, it was on. I was on Jake's stream, and I said that, you know, like in I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. Estes is like, oh, he had a son and he had a daughter, but they never talk about the daughter. So maybe the daughter will be like the revenge killer in the next one. You know what I mean?
Well, his daughter died before the events of I Know What You Did Last Summer. So that was Susie.
Damn it! Is that what does Estes say that? Oh, he probably does.
Yeah, that's why Ben killed David Egan, because he was in the car accident.
Dude, I am such an idiot. Oh my gosh, Cody. You're totally right. I'm an idiot. Well, that's out the window. Never mind. So now I really wonder what they'll actually do for the fucking storyline.
Because I think it would just work so much better with I Know What You Did Last Summer. Because my idea with it is that Julie and Ray's kid is going to get into something similar to what they did. They commit a crime. Maybe they accidentally kill their friend or something like that, and they cover it up. And Julie's noticing her daughter acting very similarly to how she acted, and like similar signs, and she's still keeping the secret from her mom as well as everyone else. Meanwhile, her friends are dying. Eventually, Julie is trying to get through to her daughter and try to save her.
Wait, hold on. How did we get here?
We were just kind of veering off while you were.
Donnie's like, how the hell did we get here? Hold on one sec. What's up, Jake? What's going on? Jake? These must be some of Donnie's friends. Caroline, what's going on?
Yep.
We got Blake.
Blake, what's happening?
What's up? And then we got Jake wants to talk about Batman.
That's yo, Jake, this is the guy to talk to about Batman. I'm telling you, Anthony. Dude, I think is Batman.
Oh, dude, I'm not gonna lie. We just watched. We actually just watched this. We stayed at a hotel here in town for my birthday, and Days Through on the original. That movie, we don't have to get into it. No, my bad. 89. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. You said original.
Yeah, you're right. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Jesus, I feel like such an idiot, Cody, when you mentioned God. Damn. I say I'm an I Know What You Did Last Summer fan, and I'm like, oh yeah, obviously his daughter died. Yes.
had you gone into like your spiel about it too? Because I only heard some of it while I was up there.
About the second film?
Yeah.
Yep. It like I said, I was telling Cody, it has a special place in my heart because just like he said, it always seemed like that one was always playing the most. Like when I was growing up, it was either 2, 4, 5, or sometimes even Curse, sometimes, but it was always those 4. I feel like, but definitely the second one all the time.
And one thing I learned from a podcast that covered Halloween 2 also is that I did not know that Wendy from Prom Night had a small cameo in Halloween 2. She was the nurse Karen, the one who got hot tubbed, her friend that she wanted to get a ride from to the hospital.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
nice.
I didn't know that for a long time either.
No, I was just gonna say to that point of the AMC thing. I don't know what it is. Maybe it was because of the out of order thing. I just felt like 2 was one of the last ones I saw. Like it felt like 4, 5, 6 was always on the OG H2O, but it felt like Halloween 2 was like I feel like it was like the last one I saw in like in the marathon with it being like out of order or what have you. And obviously me thinking, well, goddamn, there has to be a 2 if we got to 4, 5, and 6, right?
Right. And where the hell's this 3 at?
I always thought it was weird too that how they had a TV cut that had so much different footage than the theatrical. Like even having Jimmy in the ambulance with Laurie at the end. Like you would think that would be in the theatrical cut, not the TV cut. Like I could take it or leave it. I really don't care because their little relationship thing was whatever to me. But it's kind of a big thing because they kind of leave his fate unknown in Halloween 2, the theatrical version.
Yeah, you're talking about the dude slipping on the blood and everything, right?
Yeah, and then like when Laurie's hiding in the car and Jimmy comes in, he like coherent for a little bit, and then he gets concussed and falls forward.
Yeah,
and that's just the last time we see him.
100%. That part where she's okay, my bad.
No, I was just gonna say, so parts of the original are just like edited, or it's a whole different like all scenes.
There's like added scenes in like the TV version, apparently. Because I think the Blu-ray that Scream Factory released has the theatrical cut and the TV cuts with it, and the TV cut is like extended a little bit. Where when Laurie's in the ambulance, it doesn't just end with a close-up on her. She ends up in the ambulance with Jimmy.
That I've definitely seen.
That's not the original ending that most have seen, like that went to theaters.
Because I was thinking about like they always with the TV thing, they do that with Harry Potter, and I notice if they show it on USA or Sci-Fi, which have been the channels that have shown in the last maybe 4 years, they always put the deleted scenes from all 8 movies back in place of where they would have been, when it got cut out. But the actual theatrical version, the actual Blu-ray version, none of that stuff is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like that with like a lot of movies. I can't think any off the top of my head, but I definitely know what you're talking about, Cody, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
What?
His character just, I know what you mean. He slips on some blood. He fucking about gives her away. But that scene where she's crawling to the front door, great scene too. That's what I'm talking about, man. That he pops up and his like faces in like the red light, and you're just like, oh my God, run to the door, hurry up. Okay, good shit. Yeah, good stuff. Okay, now we get to probably I would say like it's probably out of there's probably like 2 or 3 most controversial films of the franchise. I would say this one's probably just more of like the black sheep probably. But it's definitely Halloween 3. Everybody kind of knows why. It's kind of considered, It is one of the original ideas that Carpenter wanted to go with more of an anthology route, which is dope, and I dig. And I would actually kind of wonder what could Halloween could have been with like an anthology route. You know what I mean? It could have been pretty interesting. Yeah. But I do like the route with obviously the storyline with Michael and Laurie and all that good stuff and what we got. But I'm just saying, for one film to be part of the franchise that's kind of a more anthology storyline or just set piece or whatever, I like it. I like it a lot. But I'll let you guys. I think we're on to Cody on this one. What are your thoughts, Cody?
Yeah, this one I was kind of on the bandwagon with everybody, just kind of hating it just for the sake of hating it because Michael wasn't in it. And then I actually watched it with a more unbiased perspective, and I did enjoy it for what it was. There's a ton of flaws in it, like flaws beyond, but for a general like Halloween season movie, I think it's actually really good. Like, this was recently, despite its flaws.
Dude, this is Cody. Like, I'm not even lying. It's a top 5 Halloween film. Like, I'm just saying, like, if you're to watch a movie around Halloween, like, this has got to be in the top 5 of one that you should just watch, regardless whether it has Michael or anything. Like, this movie is just so much fun. It has such good like Halloween atmosphere. It just, dude, I just think it's a cool, very, just interesting and creative storyline. Like, I think it's fun. I think Colonel Cochran, like, I think he's a good bad guy. Like, he looks creepy. I mean, he looks like the dude from Phantasm, like tall man. He does. And I think it's a smart film, and I like the sci-fi element to it and everything. What are your thoughts, Donnie?
Well, real quick, Cody, it was recently that you watched 3 for what it was.
This was a few years ago. I think it was when I actually got like the Scream Factory box sets. Because when did that come out? Do you remember?
Dude, I am not for sure. I'm not for sure.
It was at least 5 or more years ago. No, it was like 2014-ish, maybe.
Is this the case? Is this the case with like the Blu-ray cases are all like black and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, because I know they just released all of them on 4K pretty much, but like you're talking before that, yeah.
The box set, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is probably let's just for the sake of it say 2014, and when I bought the box set of like literally all of the ones before this new trilogy, and that's when I actually watched it with a more unbiased perspective, and I liked it a lot more.
So this box set goes from OG to Zombie Halloween 2?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So that said, this is what I was saying earlier that I was gonna like tell this story was, like I said, I'd sit with my Aunt Wanda and watch horror movies and stuff, and go back AMC. I'm watching Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, and I'm like, fuck, there's about to be like a witch in a cauldron and this shit. Like, okay, pull up. Like, I'm trying to see how Michael's gonna handle that situation. And I get like 45 minutes in, and I text my homeboy Sam, who had kind of like put me on horror as well. And I text Sam and I'm like, yo, you seen this movie Halloween 3? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, yo, when does Michael appear? And he's like, oh, Michael ain't in that one. And I was like, yo, why you just now telling me this? That's 45 minutes I can't get back. So right. I'm sitting there lost in the sauce, man. Like, I feel like I really need to just go back and just watch it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because when even on the AMC thing, like when they had it on just the other day, they didn't show that one. You know, it was like Halloween 4, then Halloween 1, then H2O. They show all the ones with him in it. They omitted playing that this year, at least when I have scrolled through and seen. They've had all kind of shit on Willard and Misery and all kind of stuff. I haven't seen that one on though, so I don't know that I could give it like a real, like, actual good opinion, just for the simple fact that I don't really know like anything about it. I mean, I understand the anthology, let's go a different way with this, but what was the reaction like at the time? Like, did John Carpenter get panned, like, or the reaction was just like, this is ass? Like, what happened?
Like Cody, I feel like there were like a few movies that he said he wanted to do, and he was like telling the like production studio, he's like, look, if you don't let me make these, then I'm not gonna do them. Like, you know, like he said that with like The Fog, didn't he, or something?
I can't remember.
I feel like I'm not 100% sure. I'm just gonna guess, Donnie, that a lot of people didn't like it because I think if I remember right, you know, I've heard, you know, Mike and Jay. I've heard Jay talk about how like back in the day they publicized it or advertised it as in like they didn't really say that Michael wasn't in it. Like they kind of like, you know what I mean? They were like, oh, it's a follow up. You know, like really? I think everybody expected him to be in it, and then he wasn't. And then if it was just a standalone film, I think it's damn good. Like I think it's really good. You know, as Dace is saying here, it is really underrated. I remember as a kid when my brother told me that it was like Michael wasn't in it, I was all like, oh, well then, you know, as a young kid, I was like, I don't really want to watch it. But then I do remember catching it as a little kid, but then it took me a long time to actually sit down and watch that son of a bitch for like, and I was like, oh man, this movie's fun as fuck. Like this movie, like I love the whole, like, dude, okay, we'll get into it at the end, like when we get to some of the later films, but my bad, Donnie, what were you going to say?
No, I was just going to ask real quick, what, like, has it ever been revealed what Carpenter's, like, follow-up to that was going to be? Like, what his idea was?
Be an anthology series. Like, he wanted to be, like, kind of like one story, and then he would do this one, and then a whole different story after that, like,
so 4, if he had made Halloween 4 just straight up, it may have been still called Halloween 4, but unrelated to 3 or the first 3. Gotcha. Well, okay.
Yeah, because it's like, what's the owner's name? Akkad?
The Akkads? Yeah, the Akkad family.
So like, I mean, it's like, it's kind of crazy that like Carpenter almost like hated his own creation at the beginning. Like he created this movie and everybody liked Michael, but then he's like, it's not about Michael, it's about evil. Like, and I totally get where he's coming from and what he's saying, but like, you know, people like what they like, you know what I mean? And like people just wanted more Michael. And then like, you know, that's why he was kind of upset and didn't really want to do the second film. And then obviously he said he wrote the screenplay, you know, 12-pack of beer and all that shit. And then, but then I think that they were like, yo, dude, we need you to do a Halloween 3. And he's like, I'm going to do it my way. And, you know, Tommy Lee Wallace, dude, he did a really good job. The movie looks good. Like there are really good elements, like really, dude, obviously I just told Cody, like, I think it's one of Carpenter's best scores. Like, honestly, like it's so synthy and it's so just
what year is this one from? 83?
Is it 80? It is 83. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So he did the score and wrote it, but he didn't direct it, or
him and Deborah Lee, I think, both wrote it, and Tommy Lee Wallace, I think, who was one of his friends, directed it. I think. No, I'm almost 100% certain.
Okay, okay.
Let's see. It says, oh my bad. October.
It was 82 that came out.
It was 82. Okay.
You know, tomato.
So this is a year later. Damn. People were like, well, we want more Michael. And then he's like, I have something for you. That's
you know,
crazy.
It's funny. Like when I thought about it, you know, it's revealed that the girlfriend character, it like randomly became like a cyborg at some point.
Trippy.
And it's like, okay, but when? But then you could equate that to like the twist in Austin Powers and Spy Who Shagged Me when Vanessa is revealed to be a fembot. And it's like, okay, but when did this happen?
Right. Yeah.
She's been with him the whole time.
Dude, and it's crazy.
And
like
does that mean her, you know, he said she was a fembot all along, but it's like, but then was her mom a fembot?
Dude, it is pretty trippy though. Like I'm telling you, like when have you seen films where like, you know, there's like almost like an android or something like that, you know, like that's like behind like this whole thing. Like it's crazy. Like, dude, I think it's so smart. And like, dude, there's some great kills. Like the part where the guy,
I'm sure it's one of the most early films to actually like kill a child on screen too.
Really?
Oh shit. Now I'm trying to, the one with the mask. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Definitely one of the earliest. I doubt it was the first, but it was definitely one of the earliest.
Dude, and during that part, you're like, am I gonna fucking have a seizure? Like, what is that? Like, that movie
was so nasty too, all the bugs and stuff coming out.
Dude, I mean, such a creative concept. That's what I'm trying to say. I think it's pretty crazy, man. And
like the final scene is so chilling too. Turn it off.
Turn it off. Yeah, 100%.
Yo, so I have a question real quick.
What you got
about that? So you were talking about like the whole synth kind of sound and stuff, and you definitely hear that even in the Halloween theme in Halloween 2. And
yep, that very piggybacked off of when we were talking about how the score was changed in that one.
Sure, like and definitely a sign of the times. A friend of mine and I were talking the other day, and just give you the Cliff Notes version, was like I was talking to him about how sometimes for me there's like a handful of songs that I can hear, and when I hear it I feel like I'm transported to that place in time, even if I didn't live in that place in time. Like, just real quick, that song "Everybody Wants to Rule the World," Tears for Fears song. Like
dude,
when
Donnie,
I hear that song,
what are we talking about, dude?
Dog, it's like it's so quintessentially 80s that when you hear it, you know this shit wasn't made at no other point in time. But all I see is like, the dance floors and just, what the 80s was when I hear that sound. So,
and what's funny? It's like, obviously the synth style was done long before this movie, but whenever I hear someone talk about synth scores, the first movie in my mind goes to, honestly, is It Follows.
Oh, dude. Amen, Cody. Yeah, dude. What that movie was able to accomplish for $1 million, like, I very much like, dude, it was, dude, that, like, when they're driving in the car and that synthy score is happening and stuff like that, it's just like, man, dude, why didn't I come up with this fucking concept, man? Like, dude, that movie, what they accomplished for like that small budget. I mean, I know it's not like incredibly small budget, but for like today, it kind of is like nothing but like just respect for that film, man. 100%.
Yeah, and it's just crazy how many projects are now incorporating synth scores into their music. Like back when, I'm sure a lot of people weren't responding to it well when Halloween 2 came out, but now like people are just all about it.
Yeah.
Well, now, synthesizers, I mean, it was still almost kind of sort of new tech back then, but synthesizers now are samplers and stuff too. So if you want a sound, you can sample this into the keyboard and push the key, and it's gonna always make that sound. You know what I mean? So it's so much easier to do. But the question though was, do you guys feel that way too? Like when you watch a movie from something that's definitely older, the 40s or 40 years ago, I'm sorry. And you hear those songs, the original scores, not talking about a movie or something that's got, it's playing Iron Man and it's playing, like Back in Black and that shit like that.
Yeah,
but I'm talking about it's original score, but you can hear it. Does that also, do you guys feel like it transports you to that time and place of when said film came out?
Okay, so yeah, a couple things. Dude, Donnie, if somebody asked me a question of like, what were the 80s like? Like what was the sound? What was it? I know Michael ruled. I totally get it, but dude, I'm not even joking with you, dude. Donnie, I've like some of my coworkers like were adolescents or like teenagers in the 80s, so I love to like spit music about them and shit like that. Dude, Tears for Fears would be that band. Like I feel like they are the quintessential 80s sound of like what it was like, dude. That new wave stuff, dude. Cody, the movie The Final Girls, right, with Adam Devine, and like we were just watching that yesterday, and they were like, "Does new wave make it?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, it makes it," or like whatever. And I'm like, dude, new wave is cool, man. New wave was some good shit, dude. But yeah, dude, like we're talking. I mean, synthesizers just created a whole fucking time capsule, like during that time, dude. Like you know what I mean? Like it kind of like. They stepped away from like the rock and roll a little bit, and they were like, "Yo, let's get into this."
Yeah, they were experimental with a lot of stuff, like even the Friday the 13th Part 3 theme, how they made it super like disco and all that.
See, and that's what I was gonna say. Another song from that time, like Anthony, what you were saying, like if you just told somebody to go, like, and there's nothing against like the Stranger Things, but I mean they're using Metallica, they're using Kate Bush, they're using, you know what I'm saying? Like they're using that kind of stuff. I'm talking about this original score thing, like, if you're talking about the 80s, of course, like you said, you would tell somebody, man, go listen to Thriller, go listen to Purple Rain, you know what I mean? Like that's what it is, 80s. But also, it's like there's a time where it shifted, and you could hear that shift, like right when Tears for Fears came out, Devo starting to pop, and like all
Duran
that stuff.
Duran, Depeche Mode, yeah.
Dave Bowie had to come back. You know what I mean? Now Rogers is producing all over the place. But another song in that time period that same thing, just to like put a button on this, Africa by Toto.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say Africa. Yeah, I remember we were talking about that. The dudes in Toto actually wrote a bunch of songs, and like that was a crazy good sound to that song, dude. Yeah,
they wrote Human Nature.
Before we move on, I'm just gonna throw out "Take on Me."
Oh
yep.
Yeah.
I got that. I got a playlist of just
dude.
Stuff.
if you think about it, man, the 80s accomplished so much shit, dude. Like they did a lot of creative shit, not even just in like, I mean, dude, horror movies, the practicals and like the shit they were able to accomplish with that stuff, the scores, but just music. Dude, the 80s were a fucking very brilliant time, man. Like there was a lot of crazy dope stuff accomplished in the 80s. And to your friend Jake, dude, a movie you guys should watch is Summer of 84. You know what movie I'm talking about, Cody?
That was a good movie.
That is a great movie, and it has a great fucking score too, man. Like that movie's scary, dude. That movie is crazy, man. Like
a second ago you said dope, and I'd like to point out that is also a very big part of the 80s.
No, 100%. And it was probably, at least now today we're worrying about fentanyl and shit. At least it was probably clean back then. You know what I mean?
Like no, look at Scarface is literally a time capsule of what the 1980s was.
True. Very
when
true.
you see Tony go into the Babylon Club and you see all the men with those suits with like, they got the suits and they got the shirt and it's open, hamburger meat hanging out, gold chain, that big ass collar sticking out, no tie on. You know what I'm saying? The pinky rings and all this stuff. It's like
yeah, 100%
quintessential 80s.
Okay, real quick. I promise we're gonna get to the next film. I promise. I just gotta I just gotta see what I was on Jake's stream, dude, and I was telling Dace even like the other night, and I mentioned that so I was back home and the Wi-Fi goes out, so I got to pull out the physical media, and I'm like, okay, here we go. So I pull out Christine and I watch it, and dude, I literally sat there and I was watching the film and it got to the end, and I was picturing it almost like a heavyweight fight where like it was like one great scene, then to the next scene it was like just like one big punch to the next, and it was just like, dude, I literally thought that Christine might have been like the best horror movie ever made. Like I was asking myself, I was like, dude, what they were able to accomplish with like the practicals of that car and just everything, I was like, dude, this movie's fucking insane. Like it's so good. But Cody, like what are your favorite like Carpenter films outside of Halloween?
I love The Fog so much. It has a perfect atmosphere.
Really does a good job in that film. Yeah,
I love like the general fog effects are so good, whereas like it seems super realistic. Same thing with like the physical appearances of the ghosts compared to like how the remake is, where everything is CGI.
True. Oh yeah,
and dude, remotely scary.
Yeah, dude, that remake is, for some odd reason, it's like, why am I watching this? But yet it's so bad, but I don't want to turn it off.
I mean, the intro song is "Sugar We're Going Down." So
yeah, true.
If that's not a time capsule, I don't know.
Yeah, very true. What about you, Donnie? Well, like, what are your favorites after? Because I always feel like people either say like The Thing.
I do have a strong love for John Carpenter's The Ward with Amber Heard, and then Danielle Panabaker.
You said The Ward?
Yeah.
Okay. I have to check this out.
Have you seen that one?
I haven't.
I think it's like the last film he directed.
Oh, wow. Okay,
but yeah, there's like a lot of familiar faces in like Boner Garage from Where the Millers is in it.
That's
I know what guy you're talking
about. And then Meryl Streep's daughter is in it. But yeah, it's about this girl who gets sent to this institution, and there's like all these other girls there, and she starts being haunted by this spirit, and like each of the other girls are getting killed off one by one by the spirit. So it's kind of trying to find out what's going on, what secrets are in this like institution. A lot of people hate it, but I think it was a fun movie.
Cool.
Anthony, did you mean in horror or you just meant in general?
Yeah, I guess in general that's fine. Are you gonna say Assault on Precinct 13?
That was fire. Escape from New York.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but obviously, yeah. Now that you said it, that Christine, yeah, that is a motherfucker. Like, you know what I mean? It's just really cool when you can have those movies where you like. Sometimes you be watching movies and you get to that dead spot for you personally where you like, man, what the hell is going on, bro?
Yeah,
Like,
true.
Can we get to the boxing, please? Like the last 40 minutes of Endgame versus the first 3 hours of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
true.
Completely different. And so yeah, I feel like that. You know, my aunt put me on, you know, we watched The Thing, and then that's how I saw Christine, you know. But that Assault on Precinct 13, yeah.
So classic, dude. I one of the ones that maybe I feel like I've heard people talk about it, and I swear we're gonna get to the next movie right after this. But I like his Vampires film, 1998 Vampires. Yeah, I like that movie a lot. Yeah, it's really good.
I have to give that one a rewatch because I think I watched like maybe the first half hour, 45 minutes, and I wasn't feeling it.
James Woods is a little bit crazy, obviously, but I think the vampire looks really good. Yeah.
Shout out to when they killed James Woods on Family Guy.
Yeah, right.
Let's, I don't know, depending on how you feel about it, let's forget Ghosts of Mars exists.
Dude, that's so crazy you just mentioned that because I just watched it yesterday and it was not good.
Like, I'm sitting there like, okay, I've heard this is bad. I've heard this is bad, but this cast is fire, so I need to watch it. And I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
The audacity to kill Pam Grier's badass character so early on. I'm like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Shout out to Pam Grier.
Blake says, rest in peace, Wilford Brimley. Yeah, 100%.
Blake, did he die from diabetes?
Yeah, right. From diabetes. Okay, we'll answer this real quick and then we'll get to the next film. What's your all favorite Nightmare on Elm Street film? Great question, dude. Talk about a franchise that we should
mine
definitely
changes
cover.
so much depending on the viewing. Like right now, I'd say my favorite is New Nightmare.
That's so cool. And dude, Cody, that's like the perfect way of putting it, man. Like it is like that almost with like
it's
every
between
franchise.
1, 3, and Nightmare that my favorite changes between the three.
I dig it, man. Yeah. What about you, Donnie?
I mean, like I'm with y'all. Like it changes. And even though, like I know, as Anthony would put it, people wasn't feeling the whole child diddler. That's how Anthony would put it. Sometimes in that rotation, I'll throw that one on. But I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Freddy's Revenge and I like Dream Warriors. You know, don't get me wrong. Like, let's not get crazy. But they start to lose me somewhere. I don't know. I don't know if it's at the 4 or 5. I don't know. They start going kind of wild with it for me personally. You know, it's kind of, I feel the same way about Jason, but I definitely like that second one.
Okay, second, dude. Oh man, dude, the second one is, I think the third. No, well, what am I talking about? Even when he's coming out of Jesse's body, when he's in his in that one kid's room or whatever, like the practicals and that shit, it's like, what are we talking about, man? Like those practicals are fucking crazy, man. For me,
I'm sorry.
No, my bad. Just for me, it's Dream Master. I like 4 a lot. I don't know what it is, but I just love 4. Like I know they kill Kincaid early and stuff like that, and Joey from the third one, but I think their kills are actually pretty cool. I think the junkyard scene with Kincaid, like when he comes back, is dope. I think like he's like talk about a wet dream or whatever and kills him in the the water bed. I think that's dope.
Or is the one where the chick gets turned into the cockroach, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's another great
I
kill.
can't watch that part because I freaking hate bugs, so I fast forward that one.
Yeah, and I mean like that whole transformation scene, like I think it's
that was great, but yeah, it's so gross.
Yeah. I think I think Robert Englund's at his best. Like, I think he just like, he has the one-liners. He's a little just like, it is a little more like funny and stuff. I just think it's good. I think 4 is fun. Yeah. I think 4 is really good. But yeah, dude, Nightmare, that fucking franchise, great stuff, man. Okay. Now let's get back to the Halloween franchise. Yes. Okay. So, now we're going to kick off with the one that brought it back to the original roots, 4, which, you know, honestly, I think this one is probably one of the most important of the franchise. I I just I'll let you talk about it, Donnie. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, so I'm gonna let you guys talk about it. But yeah, Donnie, what's your thoughts on it, man?
So
yeah,
4 is nuts. I am a huge fan of that joint. Let's see. I remember watching and not knowing what to expect because you know how the movies be, Cody and everybody still in here. Y'all know how the movies could be. All they got to do is keep changing the adjective, and like we got more to come for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when we get to this one, and it's like the return of Michael Myers. Well, at the time, I wasn't aware of the whole anthology idea and that not working and stuff. So return, I'm just trying to figure out, well, where the fuck did he go? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, where has he been? Like,
did you see this before you saw 2? Then is that what you're saying before?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was the thing. And so I'm like, did he go to fucking the Bahamas for the weekend to get away from the kids? Like, and now he's returning back to it's Halloween now. But for me, I remember watching it that first time. So I finally got my mom to watch. So like, I don't know if I told you this. So my mom, to this day, will not watch horror movies and swears up and down that she dislikes them. But every monumental horror movie you could name, she went to the theater and saw. She snuck in to see The Exorcist in 1973 before she was 17. She went to go see Jaws, Child's Play, A Nightmare, Friday the 13th, Candyman. She went and saw all these in the theater. And then, like, as she got older, it was like, oh, yeah, I'll watch none of that. And I'm like, but you kind of put me on game to this. What do you mean? So, like, one weekend we're sitting there, we watch it. And it gets to that part at the end. And little Jamie is standing at the top of the steps with them bloody scissors. Oh, my God. Dog, the way that Loomis his reaction, that shit took me to another level where I was like, yo, what is next? Like, hey, put on 5. And then 5 came on, and I was like,
the fuck?
My nigga, come on. Like,
yeah, 4's ending, like, H2O's ending will always be my favorite of them all, but Halloween 4's ending is right behind it. Like,
he was
it
gonna
is
light her little ass
so
up.
good.
Like, he was really about to say, hey, say hello to the devil when you get there. Like, he was no, like it was over for her little ass. Right? It was up there.
And just Danielle Harris's performance in that scene too, even though her face is covered up, it's still like so she does it so well as for a kid her age.
Yes, like and I mean I know Anthony's a big fan of the Cookie Woman, but
Cookie Woman.
Yeah.
Dude, like, Jay, like from we watched, they do that shit the best. Cookie Woman. Cookie Woman?
You have to write. Why are you protecting?
He's like, yeah, right. Jamie, why do you protect him?
I kind of wish he hadn't become so unhinged as time went on.
Right, like he was relatively normal in 4, but then in 5, he's just like.
So you guys really like 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of missed the story.
4 and 5 I rented together, and I remember I specifically had rented them from Hollywood Video.
Let's go. Hollywood Video, man.
You might have missed this, Anthony. I saw 4 before I saw 2. So
nice.
I wasn't aware of like the anthology thing and all that kind of thing. So what I was telling Cody was I was like, well, what the fuck is this return shit? Where did he go? Like I was like, he had to get away from the kids for the weekend or something, and then he's now coming back. Like, what? I don't understand. You know what I mean? And then I started watching it, and that was on the other day too. And that scene, she's in there, and I think she's saying her prayers, or she's looking in that shoebox, and it's all dark, lightning flashes. Standing there.
Yep.
Room goes back dark, lightning flashes again. Of course, he's gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you just see the hand from underneath the bed, like great fucking scene, dog.
Yeah.
Like, dog, the him fucking buddy up with the shotgun. You know what I'm saying?
The rooftop scene.
I gotta say though, like, yes, another class, and that's why I really like Like Rachel was like, she was like for the turf. You know what I'm saying? I am going to save this. Rachel and Kyle from Child's Play 2, I feel like don't get enough burn in the horror community because they was really that sibling. Like, yo, I am going to help you. Like, it's
Donnie, what are we talking about? What a great comparison, dude. I can't think of her name. I'm sorry. I should probably know it. Kyle and Alex Vincent were both at
Christina Lee.
They were both at Scarefest. Dude, I ran out of money, dude. Like, I had a set amount of money that I had for like autographs, and I didn't have I was like, dude, I've already spent so much money. Like, hopefully they're at another one that I go to. But dude, Donnie, 100%, dude. I feel like they don't get talked about enough, dude. Kyle and Rachel. I mean, dude, Rachel's like one of the best parts about 4, man. Like,
oh my God.
They're both so similar because they start out kind of just seeing these kids they have as just kind of a nuisance, but then they grow to love them and have that fierce protection in them.
And putting their life on the line to save them. Like, that's the thing. You know what I'm
The only thing I judge Rachel for is being so worried about Brady being killed. It's like, the dude just cheated on you. He can go.
Hey, dog, the heart wants what the heart wants. But no. I'm real quick. I just got to say, and it could be because I had, like a crush on Christina Lee too. That could have something to do with it. But we're not talking about that. That scene in Child's Play when Chucky's in the back of the newspaper truck with Andy, and she's whipping, trying to chase down the truck, and she's like just relentlessly blowing the horn, and he looks up and he's just like that always makes me laugh, dude. Like, every time I see it.
Well, then his line after she crashes the car is like, "God damn woman drivers!"
Yeah. And then you just see him like shimmy off real quick, like.
Dude, yeah, Brad Dourif said his best in Child's Play 2, man. Like, some of the best one-liners, man. Well, 3 is very, very good also, but yeah.
But it's the way that some of the stuff, like, I love that moment too of like, no, Andy, please, as he's going up the conveyor belt,
Yeah.
Like, it's just, and then she just hits him back with the,
yeah.
It wasn't aggressive as his though, but his is like, bitch, I'm working here. Like, that was that got me.
But in Halloween 4 too, the scene where all the different Michaels pop up around, I loved that sequence. Like, imagine if there was a Michael Myers cult like that. Well, it wasn't a cult, but people who were followers of Michael who donned the mask and all that, and they kind of went on a killing spree.
One thing we left off, like, not that that's not a dope idea, because Loomis was gonna up and kill everybody in that scene, like, straight up. But one thing we left off is R.I.P. to the homie Ben Tramer. Oh, he just came out of nowhere. No, nigga, you was trying to go back in time in the DeLorean on a residential street on Halloween. Like, what do you mean? Oh, he just came out of nowhere. What the?
And there's a clear difference between the actual Michael mask and Ben Tramer's. Ben Tramer had bleach blonde hair going on his wig, his mask.
And then he got the coveralls. He just happened to have every mechanic in the nation got them same coveralls. It seemed like, but so Ben Tramer and what's my man's name in 4 that he met his demise.
The one who Loomis shot in the mask.
No,
or was it Loomis?
I think it's right after the. You haven't got a police force, you dumb son of a bitch. You said you saw Myers.
Oh yeah, I can't think of that dude's name either that they kill. Damn, I can't think of his name.
They lit my man up in the bushes.
The dude in the bushes or whatever.
They lit his ass up.
Yeah,
and then he just turned.
You said you saw him, you dumb son of a bitch. Yeah.
And then the end was classic too. Like the way, like Jamie. So Jamie like touches him. So does the evil transfer? Is that a thing or But
that was the implication. I think
it was what.
I think that was the implication that the evil transferred to her.
Okay, so I thought
kind of like how it did to Corey in Ends.
And I thought that too. Definitely, but I was gonna say just the way that they lit his ass up too when when he fell back. I mean, they were shooting him point blank with 12 gauges, like.
And then when they're driving in the truck, like
the way he ripped dude's
the
throat out.
Towns dude, and he like grabs the hillbilly dude's face and just like kind of tears his neck open with his bare hand.
Great practicals in 4, 100%.
Yeah.
I would do. Cody, I would totally agree, man. That should be something that they should think about. I mean, I know they kind of tease it with this whole Thorn cult thing in 6. I actually just turned on Curse. Dude,
sorry,
but like a cult where like a bunch of people are dressing up like Michael. I mean, dude, that's not a bad thing. I mean, shit, they almost should do that with Scream, you know what I mean? It almost seems more fitting for like Ghostface and Scream. I mean, I know they kind of did it a little bit in 6, but like, yeah, that actually isn't a bad idea, to be honest. But that is a cool scene, man. Like, I know what you mean. Yeah, it definitely is. Because you're relatively kind of confused because you're like, oh shit, what's happening? Because all 3 of them look really good, like, you know what I mean, like in their costumes and shit. So
and they're moving exactly how Michael would move too.
100%, yeah.
Ben was not.
Yeah, 100%. And I told Cody, dude, that's a crazy good scene in the second one, you know, during like that whole explosion, and it's very iconic and stuff. And is it him? And he's like, I can't tell. And he's like just the charred body, and it looks really good.
But dog, you driving light speed down a residential street.
There's like kids on all fucking sides of, like, you know what
I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and that's what I'm saying. He must have had the DeLorean. Like, he, you know, you got to get up to the 70. Like, he had to have been trying to go back in time, because what are you doing?
Yeah. And I think a lot of people will also agree that 4 probably has some of the best Halloween atmosphere of probably all the films.
Oh,
yeah, definitely really good
atmosphere.
Even
the daytime just seems creepy.
Yeah. Yep.
Like in the costume store, you know, and you see his hand come down, you know, grab the mask real quick.
Yep.
So my thing was he looking over like, oh yeah, that'll work, like, you know?
Yeah, right.
Unless he saw it like in the mirror that Jamie was in front of, I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe. No, I'm just saying, like, what if that had been like some like a Bugs Bunny mask or something though? Like, that would look ridiculous.
I mean, there's been creepy bunnies in horror films before.
That's true too. I'm just saying he always seems to know. That's the thing about him that I always thought was dope, is that he always seems to know. Like, you know what I mean? You're about to jab with your right. I'm about to throw my left and block it. Like, you know, he just seemed to always know.
The mask, I would say, looks all right. I know they tease, like, as you guys can see behind us, like the cover of like 4's, you know, poster or whatever, like it looks just super great. You know what I mean? And the mask obviously doesn't resemble the original very well, but it's, you know, he still looks all right. You know, he still does a really good job. And like I said,
I'm sorry, I was gonna ask. So did they start like mass producing the masks, and then that's what they would just use from that point on, or the mask was redesigned purposefully to show his eyes, like, as it kept going? Or
dude,
like, why not just use the original joint? Like,
great question. Not even 100%. I feel like I have heard something on it, and I just can't quite pinpoint like what the story was. But do you remember, Cody? I'm not even for sure, dude.
It's Shape. What's the answer?
Yeah, right.
The only thing I know about the mask is that even in 2, it was so worn out by the time they got to filming Halloween 2 that it was. I think they still used it regardless, but that's why it looks so different. And I'm pretty sure after Halloween 2, between Halloween 2 and 4, that thing was almost practically disintegrated.
Yeah, is the mask in Scream just like a mask that they made look deteriorated, or that is the OG one?
Great question.
Because
it's probably just one. It's probably just one they made look, or probably something.
You know how those things like what you were saying, like they become very, very fragile after the fact. You know, like I was reading how, like, when they put stuff on display at a museum, like especially like clothes or, you know, like guitars or something like that, it can't sit under those lights for a whole year or whatever. That's why you got to go at certain times if you want to see the Elvis Presley costumes. Or
I think Deborah Hill had the original Halloween mask just like lying under her bed.
Smoking up the joint, and then Dick Warlock was like, yeah, it smelled like her mouth smelled like cigarettes. Yeah, so I really don't know why they chose. I mean, there are some scenes where he does look pretty good. Like I remember when he goes to the shit, I don't know, the electrical like site or plant or whatever that he's working at. That looks really good when he's like, hey, what are you doing over there? This is private property. I'm calling the guy. And then he fucking throws like good scenes.
People complain about the mask in this one. I'm like, I think it's okay.
It's okay.
But it's like 5 is the worst mask, hands down.
Man, okay, you know what? We're just gonna get into it because it's a good transition. It's a good transition. Yeah, let's talk about 5. I know this one is it is not very liked by the community, probably, which is valid. There's the French director. I'm not trying to wreck on any foreigners or anything like that. I just feel like he had like a very different outlook on like the franchise. I think he wanted to create something that wasn't like kind of part of the blueprint that a lot of the other films had done, or like kind of stayed with. He wanted to take some shots, which, you know what? I mean, that's not a bad thing. I feel like that's what a lot of directors and people like, what they like to do. But, Cody, you can just go into like, I feel like maybe you guys had talked about it like a little bit, like maybe you guys just want to, like, what are your thoughts on 5?
Yeah, this one, in theory, had this been Halloween 4, I don't know if I would have hated it as much. But the way they left off Halloween 4, you're expecting this Halloween 5 to go off, but they completely retconned everything about the ending of 4 and made Jamie mute, with only capable of just like writing and having these psychic visions, dispatching Rachel so early and in the most insulting manner, like dumbing her down in like a bimbo way, making us stuck with Tina. I hate her so damn much. And making Loomis like just psychotic, practically throwing Jamie at Michael. I think it was just such a disservice to what Halloween 4 set up for us.
Agreed. Yeah, Cody, I can totally valid, dude. Do you want to what do you want to put in, Donnie? What are your thoughts?
For 5,
I will say, sorry, Donnie, so I'm playing. I do absolutely love the laundry chute scene, though. That is like the shining moment of the film.
Super iconic. Yep. Super.
Yeah, because I remember watching that movie with my mom, and by that time I was, I don't know, maybe 14, 15. By that point in the day, the sun was starting to go down, so that's when I started to be like, I don't know if I want to watch no more of this. And she was like, "Nah, there's another one coming on. Bring your ass back." And I was like, "Nah, I'm about to go in here and get on computer play solitaire." I ain't scared though. Like, but I ended up watching it, and I mean everything that you said, like the rec. I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. Halloween 5. I just wanted to see Jamie piece some people up, bro. Maybe even stab Loomis. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what I was expecting to see. And then, like you said, most of she ain't talking and she just writing shit. Why are you protecting him? Nigga, like, here's the Xanax, bro. Like, chill. Like, we got you. We gonna make it to the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, is that the one too where they were like in the schoolhouse and like,
No, that's 4.
Well, they were in like a school type setting too. It was like,
and then
if you home.
Yeah, if you 4, they're in the schoolhouse and they flash to him and you can see that he has like pink or blonde hair or something on like one of the masters. That's 4. Yeah, that's 4.
Oh, okay, because ain't that the same one where it says Samhain on the board, but he said Samhain, like,
that was 2 where they see
that was 2
on the board.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
I know it was something with him, like he just always had kind of like one-liners that made you stand, and I'm telling you that, he can't drive. He was doing pretty well last night.
He was doing pretty damn well last night.
Just snap it.
Or like 2 where he's like pulls the gun on the cop and he's like, "What did he say? A warning shot?"
Yeah, it blows out the fucking dude. Yeah, good scene.
It's like, I don't know how much you're helping me if you're my therapist at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you know that the person you're dealing with is insane, but you are in turn, because it's the same thing that happened with Harley Quinn and the Joker. It's like exactly the same thing. She was driven insane by a patient she couldn't help.
Yeah.
Same thing. If this comes on, if this comes on, if there's nothing else on, and I'm watching this, all right, cool. But if
Nice.
like, if Candyman is on another channel, I got to get over to that, dog. All right, Michael. That scene of him standing there, like, I can't remember what was happening. Where like Loomis is standing right in front of him, and Michael's like looking up at something, and he's holding the knife. That shot pisses me off so bad because I hate that mask, dude. Oh.
Or like when Jamie's hiding in that little coffin thing, she's like, "Uncle, you're just like me," and then Michael's crying, and it's like, what the hell?
With the ponytail, yeah.
He doesn't even have tear ducts, probably. Like, what the fuck? Like, and then didn't he beat the shit out of Michael and gave himself a stroke? Like,
yeah, he did. Yeah, I mean, he pretty much like has like heart attack or he's just very, very much exhausted. No, totally valid. If you guys ever gonna do a stream or like just if you ever need somebody to stick up for Halloween 5, just hit me up because I will be that person. I will be that guy. And it's only because this movie came out 13 days before I was born. So I will always stick up for the Dream Child, for Friday 13th Take Manhattan, and Halloween 5. But one of the last times. Oh, my bad, Donnie. What's up?
This shit didn't come out in 1978.
Yeah, right. I think it was like, I could be wrong. It was like one of the last times that the Holy Trinity each came out with the film the same year. So,
word.
Pretty iconic. Yeah,
I didn't know that. What year is it? This is 89.
89. Yeah. Okay. So, dude, I'm not gonna lie. You guys are totally valid with the points you guys were making. I'm telling you right now, if this film does not kill off Rachel, it's a way better film. If Rachel is the final girl again, sticks it out with Danielle, like it's great. Like I feel like okay, this is what I'm saying. I feel like the movie had to like say, hey, we need to have some balls and we need to fucking like we got to kill off Rachel. Just don't do it so early. Like it was just so like we're just gonna like kind of pawn her off to the side and just like kind of do it. Like I know the movie wants to make it like look like
they had to do it. Have her put up a fight.
Oh,
exactly. Like have it happen like towards like the second or third act. Like when they killed Tina, like maybe not like run. Isn't that what happened to Tina? Didn't she get like run over or some shit or like?
No, like Michael. Like
it
looks like he ran over the kid.
He got out of the car. Yeah.
Yeah, and like Tina jumped in front of Jamie when Michael was about to stab her, and she kind of tried to fight him off.
There you go. So maybe something like that, and then maybe like Rachel survives in the end. Like you think that she got killed and stabbed, but then like she comes back to visit like Jamie in the end or something like that. Like maybe that'd be cool. Like the whole Loomis thing and like the house. I know a lot of people say that's not the original house. That's cool. I actually like the Victorian style of that house. I think it looks cool. I don't know what it is about that house. It seems cool. But dude, there are really good scenes in this movie. There really are some good scenes. They never should have muted Danielle. Well, okay, sometimes like I feel like sure, like if they want to do the whole psychic connection and then she's kind of like mute, like sure, but then I don't know. Sometimes I really hate it, and then sometimes I'm like, okay, I kind of see what they were going for, but like,
well, if they had did it like split it up, where sometimes like maybe she can't talk when he's like really close, or
there
something.
You go, Donnie.
Like
there you go.
He's far away. She can talk and she can kind of like verbiate what she has to say. But like, he's getting closer. It becomes harder and harder for her to like speak and convey it that way. Like something like that instead of the whole movie though.
Yeah. Like there's some really good scenes, and like the whole thing at the beginning, like when he kind of gets away, like they were gonna fucking blow him to smithereens, and he kind of like gets away. Like that's all right. That's kind of cool and stuff. Like.
He didn't have not one bullet hole that I saw on that when he was floating down.
Dude, they have like assault. They have assault 12 gauge assault fucking shotguns, and he
automatic
just,
too, like
and then he like, but it's just like it shows that he's more supernatural probably. But
oh god, yeah.
That's okay, my bad.
He turns over and the symbol is there, right?
Okay, so my bad. I got to read this. How's it going, guys? Tina gets stabbed in the shoulder, then kind of passes out in case they brought her back 6, but they didn't. So her death makes no sense. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I couldn't honestly even kind of remember her death in 5. To be honest,
I thought they showed her getting carried away on a stretcher, and Jamie's just crying for Tina.
Tina, and then the bitch walks away. She's like, I gotta go get laid. The barn scene's really good, man. The scythe and all that shit. It's really good stuff. Yeah,
you beat me to it, bro.
That's so many of those scenes though are kind of ruined because of Michael's mask. It's oversized for the actor.
Dude, you know who he looks like? God damn it! Somebody, who'd you say?
Nicolas Cage.
Somebody mentioned that it looked like the dude that created Facebook, whatever that fucking dude's name is. I can't think of his
Zuckerberg.
name. Zuckerberg.
That's funny as hell.
They said if you actually look at it, it actually looks like him, and I couldn't not see it, but it doesn't bother me really that much. But yeah, the part where he starts crying and she's like, "Oh, let me touch your face," and then
he has
throws the fucking coffin everywhere, and he's got this whole setup and shit in the attic, and it's just I don't know. But yeah, dude, the laundry chute scene really good. I think she actually got her leg stabbed in when they were actually filming that scene. Is that right? Too. Yeah. Oh, Travis is going to come in here wrecking me. H5 is bad, but the most faithful to Michael of the original sequels. People crap on him crying when the mask comes off both times. He's unmasked in H1. He's afraid. And that's what I'm saying. Dude, they were just taking chances in this film. They were. That's,
And they were the wrong ones.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just, everybody talks about when the cops are walking up to Rachel and the funny music comes on. That's kind of dumb, but I think there's some great kills. One of my favorites is actually the dude picking up the booze with his Camaro, and then Michael comes in, and he's like in the back, and it's yeah, dude, that shit's fucking dope, man. When Tina and her little friend are walking to class or whatever, and he's just kind of under the pine tree, just looking at him and shit. I'm like, yeah, it's a good shot, man. That's some good shit.
I showed that scene to my mom one time, and she was just walking by, and Anthony, I don't think you've ever met or seen my mom, but she'll just be saying shit in passing, right? Like one time I was watching Scream, and they was talking about who's the killer, who could possibly be the killer, whatever. And it was the scene in the video store, and the camera was close up on Billy, and she was like, "Oh, it's that crazy motherfucker right there," and just kept walking, same thing, so, that scene, bow, hit Buddy in the head. I think it's a little corny that Michael, so I think that's kind of corny, but when he hit him with that that gardening tool, my mom was like, "Oh, I guess Buddy got clawed to death, huh?" And then just walked off. But it's that kind of stuff. I agree with you, Anthony. There are cool moments and good scenes and stuff, but it's not enough to outweigh the garbage.
Yeah. It's a teeter totter where you're like, oh man, this is really good, and then you get to a part and you're just like, oh, that was not very good. Why are you doing that? Yeah.
The dude with his little wingtip shoes, he get off the bus, he gonna kick the little doggy. Man, come on, bro. And then,
yeah. Oh, my bad. I
was gonna say the scythe is fire. That is always a good weapon to me.
1000%. Yeah, the barn scene is really good. Man, dude, I don't know what it is. Again, with 5, I just do remember watching it so much when I was a little kid and just being I almost thought Jamie was again, they mute her at the beginning, but I think she's just as good in the 5th one as she is in the 4th one. I almost think
no doubt about that.
Yeah. I almost think she's a little bit better because there's a little bit more they let her do a little bit more and stuff. Yeah, there's just, again, I just have a soft spot in my heart for 5. In the early draft, when the mask comes off, she says, "You're just like me." He flips out. The reveal, he actually looks, no eyes, which would have been cool. Yeah. Donnie, you were mentioning earlier, you don't like when they showed his eyes in the second one.
No, I think it's
when they did show his eyes in the second one. So do you guys like it when they don't, when they kind of keep it blank, or what?
To me, that makes it scarier. You can't.
I can take it or leave it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
A burn face with no eyes, though. I don't understand.
I think it also depends. In Resurrection, it looks like he's wearing freaking mascara or whatever.
Yeah.
Like black eye makeup. Like it's
Yeah,
fucking,
I
like,
mean,
Batman or something.
yeah, I mean, burned face, no eyes. That would be pretty crazy. Dude, this is totally spot on, Travis. Yeah, Mickey and H5 looks like the bully from Nickelodeon and Doug. Yeah, what was Skeeter?
Not Roger.
Or not Skeeter? Yeah, not Skeeter. Skeeter was his buddy. Yeah, Roger. Yeah, 100%. The jacket.
But no,
and everything.
I do get what you're saying though, like about kind of having that biased feeling towards 5 because you say it was the first one you ever saw.
No, I just again,
the one you
it was
watched the most.
It was, dude. The only reason I have bias for it is because it came out the year I was born, and I do like again. I do remember watching it a lot, like when I was a little kid. And I just remember I was like thinking, like, damn, this little girl's like fucking, crazy, like she's escaping. Like I feel like she's just as good in 5 that she was like in 4. Yeah,
I know, I get it. I mean, I freaking love Batman Forever, and people hate that one, so I'm like, whatever. I grew up with it. I watched it 10 million times.
Dude, Batman Forever is probably like in my top 5, maybe top 4.
Quick, let me say this about that, because Anthony, you remember a few months ago I told you me and my grandma was sitting and watching like all the Batman movies.
Oh yeah.
Right, and so that's when we watched Returns. I was like, oh, that was way better. Not that 89 is bad, but that Batman Forever, dog. I remember watching that with her, and that scene when the commissioner's like, turn off the light, he's not coming, and then you hear the engines of the bat plane, you know what I mean, and he's flying by, and he just like turns and looks at. Dog, I got chill bumps down my arm
and does a thumbs up
when I was watching that scene, just in like just that moment. That's the shit that we live for.
And like anytime I hear "Kiss from a Rose," I'm just sent back to that point of my childhood.
Yep.
Dude, and there's even a Halloween scene in that where they show up at the door and Alfred answers and they're like, trick or treat, and then they fucking bust open the door. Great part. Oh, this makes total sense. Yeah, okay. No eyes, as in he got shot in the face.
We forgot to mention that Laurie and her freaking perfect aim, like she didn't even look like she was aiming. She's just shooting and she manages to get him right in the eyes.
Yeah, and like no lie, that's a big ass fucking gun she's got too. Like it's no 22 pistol. Like if she hits him in the eyes, he's dead. Like he's fucking, those are going through his brain. Like, you know what I mean? But it's a movie. It's all good.
So he walking around with no eyes. So he on some Stevie Wonder shit. That don't make sense to me.
He is guided by evil, dude.
That's what Halloween 6 implicates.
I'm evil. I'm evil personified. Hey, yo, my nigga, he over here, bro. Like,
yeah.
Like stab a little bit more to your left. Like,
okay, yeah. So let's dive into the next one. Yeah, I think we're going pretty good. Now the next one is, I would say like, I know this is Helvington's favorite. And honestly, this movie is like, I'm literally watching in the background like right now. Like,
wait. Theatrical cut or director's cut?
Dude, this is crazy. You just asked that because my brother just brought it up. He texted me the other day and he was like, "Hey, did you know about the director's cut to Curse and all that stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've heard about it." I couldn't quite remember if I had seen the actual director's cut. I'm pretty sure I had. Like, I'm pretty sure I did. But I couldn't quite remember. But I know that there is a difference. Like, I know they dive more into like the Thorn thing and all that. Is that what it happens, Cody? I can't remember.
Kinda. It's still sort of muddled, like to where a lot of things don't make sense to me. One thing I appreciate about the producer's cut is that Jamie is in it longer than she is.
Really?
Not in an extravagant way, but she doesn't die in the barn. She like basically drops the baby off in the bus stop, like, where where Tommy finds it, but then she drives off kind of as a decoy to keep Michael away from him. But then she ends up in a coma for a lot of the movie, and Loomis's psychiatrist friend, ends up killing Jamie and putting a pillow over her head and shooting her.
Okay.
And then isn't the producer's cut the version that's like a warmer tone, Cody? It had more like reds and oranges and yellows in the hue.
And it doesn't have like the weird dubbing either. Like, I think like there's something, I can't remember the exact dialogue the little girl says when she's dancing under the tree, but she's not like, "It's raining red.
It's raining red." Mommy,
Like that is
it's
such
raining.
terrible dubbing.
No, it really honestly is. Yeah.
She says something different in the producer's cut, and it sounds more natural.
Gotcha.
That stuff drives me crazy, bro. When I see movies now and watching old movies that I used to watch as a kid or whatever, and I notice it's a scene where somebody is talking, but like you hear something, but they weren't talking for as long as the dialogue you heard, or
True.
Something like that. That oh god, that drives me insane.
Dude, I hopefully it's not too much. I think I might have to go on eBay and buy the producer's cut.
Yeah, I don't think it's that expensive. Like the only reason I saw the producer's cut is because it came with the theatrical cut in the Scream Factory set.
That might be the one I should go after then. Nice. I'm pretty sure I'm watching the theatrical cut right here. So
does it have more of like a cooler kind of like color scheme to it? Like when you're looking at scenes where it's outside, it's daytime, there's more of like a bluish kind of hue on the screen. Because the producer's cut, I think, was like more warmer tones, more, like I said, more red, more orange in it.
I'm gonna be honest, dude. I can't really tell you. All I know is that I think we've talked about this like a bunch, but it's totally valid because dude, 6 has some of the best atmosphere. Like we're talking about Halloween setting. It it probably has the best. Like the trees are all very real. Like it's all shot very well. Like the environment, dude, it looks fucking awesome. It looks great. Like I'm watching Paul Rudd right now. Like, dude, Paul Rudd is actually really good in this film. Like he's actually probably one of the best, parts of the film. Like I just think like, the whole, people talk about the whole incest thing and like all that stuff. Like if you just kind of look this, to the side of that, stuff, I think it's actually
the horror elements of 6 are so well done.
Yeah.
But the general script is crap.
Trash.
Yeah. I think I think Michael looks good. I think the mask looks good. I think he's freaking, he's pretty hardcore. Like I think he's very comparable to like, the Rob Zombie Michael or maybe Halloween Kills Michael. Like I think like, yeah, some of the kills are like really, really good. And it's such a 90s time capsule. Like obviously the next one that we'll get into, like Curse and H2O were very, very different. They're just extremely different. I feel like, Cody, would you not agree? Would you not say that, Curse probably has a better atmosphere than obviously H2O does, probably, obviously.
I think so. Like,
yeah.
Just the general vibes just feel more gritty too. Whereas H2O, as much as I love it, it does feel more polished.
Yeah, like I know this is gonna sound cliche to say, but it's almost a little more grunge than like H2O, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so.
And there's just so many trippy parts too. Like there's a lot of weird like insert flashing, like and then you have like the weird like sound effects, like it sounds like someone screaming almost.
True.
I can't do the exact sound,
flash,
otherwise I do it.
Flash or pop up on the screen.
Yeah,
like that. One thing I just want to say real quick, if we're gonna go to the next one, just the thing, it drives me crazy at the beginning, dude, when he's standing there at the altar.
Yeah.
Like, that shit drives me crazy because that just looks ridiculous for him to just be standing there.
Whoa. You're talking about Michael, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I have seen this, but that's the producer's cut, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's the producer's cut.
Yeah, see, I have seen that, and when I saw it, I was like, dude, this is dumb as shit. He's a wild animal. He can't be controlled. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
And even the final act of the producer's cut is shortened. There's no, like, real chase scene with them and Michael trying to reach to grab the son and the baby.
Oh, see, then I definitely wouldn't like this. Donnie, I'm so glad you said this because I nothing against, like, first off and foremost, whoever wrote this script for this film, I very much applaud you because, like, I think it was just some random guy, right? And they were like, I think they were like, hell yeah, this sounds good. Like, we'll do this or whatever.
Well, I think even then it wasn't his full vision of what he wanted.
So that was more the producer's cut, is what you're saying?
Well, I think both versions were not exactly what he wanted, but he was able to put in certain things he did want into the producer's cut. So it's kind of a mixed thing. Like,
so he probably wanted more of the Cole aspect and stuff. Probably.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, there's parts that I like about the theatrical and parts that I like about the producers. And I think if like someone did a fan edit of both to combine them, I think it could have been a better movie than either version.
Cool.
I agree.
Cool. Okay, I'll still get the producer's cut and watch it. But I do remember seeing that one time, and I was like, dude, what the fuck? I was like, what is he standing there for?
It comes on, and they're doing this weird ass ritual, no Diddy, and like he's just standing up there, like like a fucking animatronic almost. Just like I don't get it. Like,
see, dude, it was the silver shamrock mask that he was wearing, dude. That's how they were controlling him, dude. No, that's crazy.
I think this one, I think 6 also had probably the most despicable, like, non-Michael character, and that was the dad. Like, I can't think of a character in the franchise other than like the Rob Zombie ones with Michael's stepdad that I hated more than the dad in 6.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
and he fucked him up down there.
He really did. I felt bad for the mom. Like, she got whacked with an axe.
Dude, literally, I'm watching it right now. She puts the axe in the fucking thing, and then the goes down, and the fucking washer starts leaking everywhere and shit. I'm like, damn, that sucks. But dude, oh man, this movie has such great atmosphere. It really does. It really is. It really has great atmosphere. I love it. But yeah, the dad, dude, like we were posting that thing on Instagram on like the 3 members we hated the most. And I think everybody fucking circled that guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, dude, again, like I really don't have very much bad to say about Curse. I actually like Curse a lot. Again, I used to watch it a lot growing up. Like, yeah, they always played it, and it was, yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. But one I will say that I did end up seeing in theaters in 1998 was the good old 20 years later H2O. This movie was
Halloween Water.
Yeah, this movie was excellent. Like, I remember seeing it in theaters and being like, again, everybody, I mean, you can kind of see it's the Scream version of Halloween, which I wouldn't say it's like a crossover, but it kind of is a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a great film. Like, what do you like? Who are we to? Donnie? I think Donnie. Maybe?
Donnie, yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy.
No, this is totally valid though. Real quick, Travis is right. Oscar Myers in 6. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he looks like he'd been eating pretty good. It's 6.
So I didn't see it. I don't think even when I again going back to that story when I just was watching Halloween all day, I don't recall seeing this one on TV, right? And when it came out, it was 98, so I was only 4, so my mom wasn't taking me to see that. But I do remember talking to my aunt, right? And same Aunt Wanda, and we're talking about Halloween and stuff, and we're talking about I guess we were talking about just different kills and stuff. And at this point, I had to be 15, 16. And she's like, so it's 9, 10, somewhere around there. And she was like, nah, there's the one. Like, she's like, I was talking, this, and this. And she was like, nah, what fucked me up was the skate to the face, yo. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? And she was like, no, you got to go watch this other one. It's like, she's like, it's like Halloween Water or something. And I was like, what? And so he looked it up. She was like, yeah, H2O. Look that joint up. And she was like, watch it, because that's it, right? It's not Resurrection, right? That's H2O, right?
Yeah, H2O is the skate to the face.
But he had the ice. The ice skate in his face.
Oh, yep, dude, it's probably one of the best. Yeah, dude, I wish they actually would have shown it, maybe, but
right,
whatever. Yeah,
but even still though, what is he is it in a chair and they turn his body around?
Yeah.
She comes in and then she's like, Jimmy
turns the chair.
Okay, you know what that reminds me of? Remember that scene in House on Haunted Hill when he turned Buddy around and his whole face was carved out?
Oh yeah.
So I'm talking the remake.
I think so.
Oh yeah, dude, the remake's fucking great, man.
It is, right? And then remember that's when he looks at the security cameras and he sees the ghost of Dr. Vanica with that big ass hatchet. and that's what he puts together that's what happened. But remember, he had the dude like that was supposed to be like triggering trap doors and shit just to scare them and stuff. But then when the master control of the house like went off, he was like, I ain't had nothing to do with it. And then when he went back to him, like to say, how is she doing this? Because he thought Evelyn had something going on. His whole face was carved out when they turned the chair around, and you had like, I don't know if I call it a jump scare, but that reveal, it kind of reminds me of that. But H2O, I like that joint, man. The hand in in the sink, and then Michael pulls up. I don't fuck with garbage disposals to this day, because of that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, the dumb waiter joint, the leg break. I don't know about that one, but I just thought it was dope, man. I mean, H2O, and the ending, dog, for me, for all of this,
that head off,
dog, like. Now she's driving him. Now he crushed somebody's throat so they can't talk. You feel like he would do that more often than if he's that strong. Like, but this is the only occurrence of it, and that paramedic was Anthony's height. Like, fuck out of here. But she's whipping the van, and he's full Undertaker mode, right? And
she's sitting there waiting. She's like, get up.
Like, when he gets smashed between the van and that tree, that shit finna break your back. It's over right there, dog. Like, come on. But the fact, I remember we were watching, like my mom, my aunt, my grandma, me, we sitting on the couch and we're watching, and at that part, you know what I mean? They're like reaching out, to each other. And I just remember, like, at the same time, all three of them said, all right, that's close enough. Like, and then, right? And, you just hear like the sirens, the theme. Perfect. Leave that shit right there, dog.
And even in that scene too, like, how in the original movie it ends with us hearing Michael breathing.
Yep.
How this parallels to that, where like Laurie's breathing is the only thing we hear after she has ended Michael.
That like, and that was Michael, like for real. Like,
to anyone with common sense, that is Michael.
Like, everybody thought, oh no, dog, money grab. But I think that's one of my favorite ones. So I ain't gonna lie to you.
I think this is the first one I saw.
The one-handed like reverse pull-up joint when he comes creeping down, like
the one that he used in every single promo for the movie.
True, very true.
See, that's the thing though. I wasn't old enough, so I never saw no commercials for it or nothing like that. By the time that I saw it, it had already been out, over 10 years, 12 years, something like that. You know what I mean? So I didn't see any of that. So to me, like, oh, hey, that's fire, But shout out to LL Cool J. He got fucked up too. But yeah, man, I think that one's dope. And for me, as this is gonna come up later, I've always felt like the problem with Halloween is like they didn't know when to end it or how to end it, because it kept putting their back against the wall with certain things. It's kind of like, for instance, like Saints Row. Like when they got to the fourth game and you were in space now, like what else can we do? Like that, and that literally killed the franchise at that point. And it's like, that to me, I like resolute endings. I'm not really one for the like, not ambiguous endings can't be good, but he gets away every time. Every time. Come on, dog. Somebody would have pulled his card at some point. You know what I mean? Like, so that's why I just felt like it was resolute. You know what I mean? Like, so that is primarily why I'm a big fan of H2O.
Love it. Got anything, Cody?
Yeah, for me, I know I've kind of talked about this before when we were kind of during another stream when we were comparing like sequels and all that, how I think that this is a much better story than 2018. I absolutely love how Laurie is written here. She's not like overly written as this paranoid person with a booby-trapped house full of guns and she's just being overly paranoid for no reason. I feel in that movie here, like we said, I think the brother and sister angle makes it work in this film. Like she's worried he's going to come and get her because she never saw his body or found his body or whatever, and she's it follows a lot of the same beats, but it feels more justified. Like the way she's really overprotective of John and all of her nightmares and all that. I feel like that's so much more tangible.
What do you think you're doing?
Mom, I know you know how I feel about seeing that word. Well, then don't put me in the position of using it, John.
Mom, Michael Myers is dead.
Mom, I am not responsible for you.
I'm not responsible for you.
Yeah, I just think she's just so better, well written here, and even like her being a functioning alcoholic instead of just being a straight up alcoholic. It's like
I was gonna say just and
and like I know a lot of people say we don't have a lot of character development here. That's true, but we really didn't in the original either between Annie and Linda. I feel like we got enough of like Sarah and Charlie to really know them and kind of be like to get enough feel of them. Be like, I like these guys. I don't want them to die, you know. And I think we ultimately have this great final act where we see her just taking that axe, walking up the walkway, and just see her silhouette. And she's like, Michael! Like she is ready to throw down. She's done running.
Yeah, do that part.
I was gonna say we left off the iconic shot of them seeing each other through the portal.
I love that too.
Fucking
and people
she's like reaching for the gat. She look up, gone.
That was such an intense scene too, where she's trying to reach for the keys.
Oh yeah, dude. He's fucking through the thing, and he's all like fucking swiping and shit. I'm like, damn, this shit.
And they're like just pounding on the buttons and all that to get them to open up. It's like a different version of Laurie getting locked out of the house, shouting for Tommy.
100%.
And like, yeah, and then people complain way too much about the CGI mask. Yes, it's stupid, but it's literally only for a few seconds.
A few seconds, yeah.
Yeah, compared to like everything else, the mask is totally fine. It's not the best, but it's fine.
And in the intensity in that scene you was talking about with the axe, and she's like, oh, Michael, dog, when she's like, go do what I told you to do, and the kids leave.
Exactly what she says to Tommy and Lindsay, do as I say.
And she fucking breaks
the gate closing
the gate
device thing.
I don't know what the fuck it's called either.
The controller.
And but I'm saying that just adds to the pure intensity.
Yeah, like she's ready.
But they really had some. You said that happened in that movie was in '98. I don't know if it was before or after. It might have been after. But every time I see that little like hut thing that LL Cool J was in, it made me think about what happened to George Harrison. And if that shit had happened before, I wonder if that was like influenced in that movie. You know how to do like jump the gate and try to kill George Harrison.
Oh yeah. I remember you telling me about that. Yeah, I definitely remember you telling me about that. I don't know. I don't live in a gated community.
But even the bathroom scene at the rest stop is pretty intense too. Like, even though nothing is probably going to happen to these two, it's still super intense. Like her looking through the space and seeing Michael there after he had taken her purse, and you're kind of just putting yourself in this mom's position. Like her daughter's like right there. There's this creepy guy in a mask, and you hear her scream.
Spiders. But no, dude, that's totally on point, man. I swear, like the music is good. Like the music is very
minus the inserts of like the parts from Scream. That totally takes me out of the moment at times. So it's like during that scene where Laurie and Molly and John are running away, it's still a great scene and I love it. But the fact that it's back to the score from Tatum's death scene, I'm just thinking of that whole scene in the garage while they're running away from Michael because of the score being so familiar to me.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, like I fucking love this movie, man. Like I know it is probably the most Hollywoodized one out of all of them. I totally get that. But dude, like they literally approached Kevin Williamson and was like, dude, we need your help. Like, can you help this film out? And because I can't remember the original guy. I remember I saw something about this and like they just didn't like the original concept.
They did want John Carpenter back for it, I think, didn't they? Or they tried to get him back.
Something like that, because I thought almost that I thought that was the thing. I thought that she said, Jamie Lee Curtis said
it was Jamie's idea for the
Yeah.
most part, I think.
that
And
she
she tried to
wanted-
get the gang back together.
Yeah. Who did this one? Zito? Is that who it is? Or
Or like the
uh
director, or
yeah, the director. Was it Zito?
I think it's like was it Steve Miller? Steve Miller. Steve Miner.
Minor. Okay.
Yeah, because he like did the Friday the 13th 2 and 3 and Lake Placid and
Steve. He said Steve Miller. I was like,
Oh
the
yeah,
Joker, Steve
Minor.
Miller?
Yeah. Very
I don't
good.
know why
Very
I
good.
said Steve Miller.
I'm like, the Joker, Steve Miller. Like, what's up?
I do see that, like, when I say that that Curse has a better, and I'm not trying to compare the two. I'm just trying to say, like, the one flaw it doesn't have the greatest Halloween atmosphere. Get that, it's
No.
happening in California, all that good stuff. I do like that they they're out in hiding. They moved out west. They did that kind of stuff. I like the beginning. Michael's like, yo, I gotta find where she's at. I'm gonna go to this nurse's fucking place and fucking wreck the place. And then I do like the opening title, card scene, like when it's just like doing the slow transition to all the fucking shit, and Loomis's was that
Hearing the voiceover.
yeah, and all that
I don't
stuff.
think that was Donald Pleasance though.
No, I'm pretty sure
It sounded pretty damn close though.
pretty damn close. I think it's, I don't know. I think, again, it is very Scream-esque, and maybe that's why I like it so much. But dude, LL Cool J, great casting. Like, I think the cast was actually like really good. There are some cheesy parts in it and all that good stuff. And yeah, sometimes the mask doesn't look the best. And I almost wouldn't even say that the kills were even really that great. Like they're whatever. But, dude, the end is fucking crazy. I remember seeing that for like the first, and like being like, oh shit, well, it's over. They actually, like, there ain't no coming back from that.
I would have loved to have been in a screening where people were cheering when that happened.
Right. Yeah. But
shout out though to the actress who voiced LL Cool J's wife. She has me cracking the hell up every single time. Ram Melon.
Yeah. 100%.
So,
Yeah.
Cody, let me tell you real quick. That is an authentic Black experience. That was a Black woman. Let me tell you, buddy. Like,
dude, and what a great idea though to have him be like, like an inspiring like writer or whatever. Like, I think
writing romance at first.
Yeah.
Maybe
Like, I think that's so.
I'm gonna write a romantic thriller.
Yeah. Dude.
and at least he did acting. He didn't fucking look at the camera.
Yeah.
The whole
Like,
fucking
honestly,
movie.
I like anything that I've seen LL in. Like even in horror, he does such a great job, I think.
Amen,
Like,
dude.
Like
Shout out to Deep Blue
compared to Busta, yeah. LL's got it in the bag.
Way
I think
better.
Busta Rhymes might be a better MC though.
Ooh, dude, that's a good one, dude. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not saying LL Cool J is whack.
Oh,
I'm
he's
saying,
good, dude.
like-
Yeah,
like,
like LL was.
if it
yeah.
wasn't for Def Jam like signing him, hip hop never takes off and goes commercial. It like he is the one. Walking with
Valid.
a Panther, I'm
Yeah.
bad, all that shit. Like Mama said, knock you out. That no doubt.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I think Busta Rhymes, he's more expressive. And
I still
that
think it's
helps.
hilarious that Busta plays the voice of the Reptar-mobile in the Rugrats movie.
That's hilarious. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
You just like I don't ever see him like calm. It's just all like when I see him subdued now because he's much older, I'm like, what the fuck is this guy? Like, no, give me the rah rah Dungeon Dragon. Like whenever he's rapping and it's just so like frenetic. I'm like, and matter of fact, he got the name Busta Rhymes because he was so high energy. Like
Yeah, high energy.
Chuck
Yeah.
D gave him that name, like, and when you're coined with a name, christened with a name from one of the greatest to ever do it, fucking Public Enemy, you better take that shit and run with it,
Right. Well, speaking of Busta Rhymes, how about we get into the next one? Halloween Resurrection.
All right, trash next.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to talk about it for too long. I think we're on Cody now. I'm gonna go grab a water real quick, but Cody, I'll let you talk on it real quick. And again, we don't have to talk about it too long.
Yeah.
I know this one's kind of not the most enjoyable of the franchise, but I'll let you guys speak your words on it.
All right. So, apart from the opening, I don't hate this one. I think I like the general idea of it.
Remind me of
Where
the
these
opening again. That's when he kills Laurie. For good?
Lori, yeah, and it's
Okay,
like revealed that it was the paramedic, and
that's ass.
yeah,
Yeah.
I the general concept of this movie is super good. Like these people going into the house of a serial killer and the serial killer having to be living in that house while they're there is awesome. And that it's all being live streamed. The live stream stuff was so ahead of its time that I think this
Yes,
idea
dude.
the idea of this would work so perfectly right now. And
Yes.
yeah, so I didn't hate it as far as that. As far as like a continuation of the series, no, it is awful. But I think it's just a stupid, stupid fun movie that I do enjoy. Like, there's nothing. It's not a good movie, but I think it's a stupid, fun one to watch. And like, um, I like that like they try to throw in all these major celebrity cameos like Tyra Banks, Busta, Sean Patrick Thomas. Yeah, they tried to
Sean Patrick
throw that.
Thomas, because he was on he was heating up from American Pie.
That was Thomas Ian Nicholas. Sean Patrick, I think by this point was in Save the Last Dance.
Somebody with 3 names. God damn it.
Yeah, they were both in it. The American Pie guy and then Sean Patrick. But yeah, I don't hate this. I understand why people do, but I just think there was a lot of stuff in it that I did like, just not as a continuation of the series. But I think like if Lori had to die, I wish she would have like the way she dies is just so stupid. She gets stabbed in the back, and then when it shows her falling, it doesn't even look like she's falling from that high.
Yeah, no, seriously though, like the fall, like it's like you
And like there's
climbed
like
up.
a soft little branch that breaks her fall too a little bit. So it's like I think it would have been awesome if it made us think she was dead, but then she shows up at the house at the end and just fucks Michael up.
Real talk. That would have been hard. That would have been Bodyguard hard. Like because I agree with you, man. I do. Again, first time that I saw that one and I got to that part, I was like, so Laura's just dead? Like what the? And then I do remember when I saw that, and I think it was on like IFC, right? And IFC shows commercials, but IFC apparently is some kind of cable network because they showed the movie the way it was filmed. The swearing is intact. Nudity, if there's any drug content, they show it as it was. And I just remember first time watching it, and it was on that channel, and then it got to that part where the nurses are talking, and she's faking like she's fucked up, and she's putting the pills in the little bear or whatever. But she's like, oh yeah, she's explaining the whole, like, it wasn't really Michael Myers. She cut the head off. But, I remember sitting there watching it at that moment and being like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I'm pretty sure that I grabbed the remote to change the channel, and I was like, well, let me see what's gonna happen. And then she died right after that, and I was like, what is this? Like, this is not Halloween. What is this? But I do agree with you wholeheartedly about the whole live streaming thing. I do think that that's fire. Like those shots and the whole like Deckard help me, and it's like, oh yo, he's like he's still down, or he's outside the window or whatever the hell.
Yeah, like watch how like Scream 4 didn't resonate with a lot of people at the time, but now people had a resurgence. People are like, oh, this is awesome, the live stream stuff. And then now it's like, but even like Resurrection did that before Scream 4 too. So,
but that's what I'm saying. It's like sometimes people like when the idea is first being brought up, people don't get it. Like there's a guitar called the Flying V, one of the most famous guitars in the world today. But when it came out in the 50s, everybody's like, what the fuck is this? We don't know what this is. We can't use this. And literally Gibson stopped making it because they weren't selling it, And then next thing you know, couple famous people have one or two, and then it takes off, and it's one of the highest selling guitars of all time, retroactively. But at the time, nobody got it. I was like, what is this? We can't play this. And I just think that it's kind of a similar thing with those movies that some of those movies that are ahead of their time, they're ahead of the curve just slightly too much or too soon. And then that's what causes them to lose their footing. You know what I mean? And everybody always comes back to it later, like, damn, you know what? This is actually good.
Like this one's never going to have a resurgence at all. But I think people got to give a credit when credit's due as far as the streaming aspect, the live stream.
Word.
Just a few things real quick. I wanted to look at some of these comments from Travis. He did say that the mask from H6 was at the beginning of H2O, which it was, and it actually did look really good. I do remember that. I actually did think it did look really good. I think people have talked about why they didn't just like continue using that mask. I think they were kind of just getting into, I don't know, wanting to try out some other fucking things, but I'm pretty sure I thought it looked really good. I wasn't aware of this though. Yeah, I guess they didn't show him grabbing the red sports car in Resurrection, did they? They kind of just showed that it was outside the house, right?
Yeah, I think there was a deleted scene though of Michael pulling up to the house though.
Oh, okay, nice. Because I was thinking about it. I was like, when does he take that car? But yeah, exactly. Yeah, nice.
Because Tyra Banks' character calls the oh god, why am I spacing on the name? The people who like a tow truck. Called the tow truck on it, and in the deleted scenes, it shows Michael pulling up in the car to the house.
Nice, very good, very good. Dude, spot on. When I first walked away, I heard Cody say that that you like this film, dude. Like, I honestly have no problem with it. There is not a film in this franchise that I just like. I mean, maybe like one, possibly. But dude, I have fun with this film, man. I think it's fun. Like I know that it's not very good and some of the cheesy lines in it, and all that stuff. I think it's just fun though. Like I actually think that like I was watching Night of the Demons for the first time a couple nights ago. Didn't really know why it took me so fucking long to watch that movie.
The original or the remake?
The original, yeah.
Okay.
And I was thinking to myself, I was like, dude, if I was going to shoot a slasher film, that would be something I would do. Try to have like a slasher haunted house, like crossover where like these people go into this fucking house where there's been these murders or where this fucking murder, this slasher dude like lived or whatever. And then, hey, just so happens he's living underneath the fucking house and they try like, that would be a great concept for
That's exactly what I had said.
Yeah. Like, dude, that would be, did you really just say that?
Yeah, like I love the general concept of the movie.
Hell
it's just not a great continuation of the series.
Yeah, dude. I again, for all the cheesy lines and all that shit that it has in it, I think it's a really cool concept. Like I was like, dude, yeah, like that would be a great just storyline for a slasher film. So I give it credit there. And I actually think that, dude, Michael looks pretty good. I think the mask looks pretty good. Like, you got sister and brother kissing on the lips. I mean, what else are you asking for? Like, dude, this is but yeah, dude, I think it's fun. I remember when it came out, like I do remember being young and being like, well, they killed him in like the last one. Like, what is like I didn't even know anything about the different storylines. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because I don't think there really was any really much, or well, I don't know, maybe, but I was kind of confused at first, but then like, it's like, we're obviously going to go watch it. So we did. And I was just like, man, I have fun. Like, this is a fun film. Like it's, yeah, like I get it. The lines, some of the lines aren't the best, but it's fun. It's just a fun film. Yeah.
Hey, Anthony, I just wanted to say real quick, I'm still rocking with you as long as I can, but thunderstorm is coming. So if I drop off, that's what happened.
Oh, dude, nice. It's been storming a lot this way too. Like, not gonna lie, very, very, very much so. Yeah, dude.
I just seen this shit go across the baseball game that like Boone County is in the thunderstorm warning and all that stuff. So I just wanted to point out if I start lagging like worse or like drops off completely, that might be.
We'll know Michael's coming.
Yeah, right. Like, shit, which one though? Like,
it's got to be 4, dude, with all the thunderstorms and lightning and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Black
so
we'll sleep in the dark. we can't see each other, so we have. Never mind.
No, we'll try to get through these. I was thinking when I was getting some water, maybe we'll just run through the trilogy kind of as a whole, and we'll kind of give our whole view on the trilogy. But we'll kind of run through this. We'll run through the Rob Zombie ones next. We'll kick it off with the first Rob Zombie, good old 2007. We're back at Donnie. Donnie, what are your first memories of Rob Zombie's first one and everything?
So this one I'm a little bit more familiar because I remember the commercials and stuff. I was 13 at the time. Hadn't really got the horror bug yet. Like I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I was it was I think 13, that was the age when I finally got over my fear of Chucky. And
Nice.
me and my homeboys, we would go to the mall all the time. And like you're in the food court, the first store past the food court still today is Spencer's. And they would have like they'd have all the shirts and stuff in the front. And later on they'd have all the posters. And I'd go look at the Kiss posters and the Jimi Hendrix posters, you know. But then further back, of course, they have all the, you know, the crazy toys and stuff in there. But they like this store was divided, like the left side was like all the adult kind of stuff, and the right side of the back of the store was all horror stuff. And on the top shelf,
what do you mean adult stuff? What are you talking about? I'm not familiar. I'm joking.
Spencer's?
I'm joking.
you're 40.
How can I forget that you had those you were going in this actual like genuine on its own store, Spencer's.
Yeah, honestly, there's a new one that just actually just opened like 30 minutes from here. It's fucking awesome too. Not gonna lie.
And so
my bad, Donnie. Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. My friends and I, so we go in there, and I just remember seeing they had Chucky and Tiffany dolls in the boxes up there on that shelf.
I remember. Yeah.
But they had a couple that were out of the box, I guess, so you could see that they could move or, you know, whatever. And
they were alive, honestly.
Yeah, that's fucking it was the opposite of Toy Story. You know, Andy's coming. Like, but this is the opposite. They're like, hey, people coming back here, we finna jump off the shelf, bro.
Right.
And I just remember being, like I said, as a kid, scared to go back there. My friends wanted to go back there, and I'm like, dog, I can't do it, bro. And then, like I can't do it, bro. Because in my mind, he was finna jump off all the ones in the box is cool, but that one that wasn't in the box, he was finna jump down on me and kill me. I couldn't do it. So then, and I don't appreciate you laughing that hard at that either.
No, dude, I was terrified of Chucky when I was younger, man. I had the same fear. I'm not even joking.
Don't try to clean it up now.
No, I really did, though. I'm telling you. Ask my brother, dude. It was real.
I mean, I watched I Know What You Did Last Summer as a kid, and I thought Ben Willis was hiding in my closet like he was hiding in Helen's.
Dude.
So, like, Anthony, you have offended me in the Shaolin Temple. Now you must die. So once I got past that and started going back there and like looking at all the cool horror stuff, like I said, I was in 7th grade. This is like when the hip was going bad, you know, when they talking about surgery and stuff. So everything is kind of a blur because I tried to forget a lot of that time of my life. But I vividly remember, and I know y'all remember this too, in the trailer, like the trailers always ended with Joe Grizzly, I'm gonna rip that mask right off your face, black screen, Halloween. Like, you know, and I just remember being like, what is this? You know what I mean? I hadn't really got into it yet. When I finally saw it, I don't particularly care for the whole, like, this is how he got that way kind of thing. That's kind of what makes the Joker. We don't know why he's fucked up like that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not really a fan of that, but it damn near is like tit for tat remake. And I feel like sometimes you got to have, it might bring you levity to be like, oh yeah, here's, you know, like a remake, damn near like, you know, tit for tat. But sometimes you might want to step outside the box a little. That again, come back to House on Haunted Hill. It pays enough homage to the original while also being its own modern take of that story. And I feel like there isn't one that's really that. This is a little too on the nose of the original one. The second one went like somewhere completely different.
Yeah.
But shout out to my man Ken Foray. I think, you know, once he becomes like adult Michael and he beats the shit out of all the guards and stuff, from that point on, I enjoy that movie. You know,
Yep.
I mean, I ain't finna go buy no Blu-ray and no shit tomorrow. You know, of that, but I think it's really dope. Like,
Nice. No, Donnie, I think that I think the points that you made, I've actually heard from very other like people, like a lot of people would actually say, exactly the same. Like a lot of people, or my bad, Cody. What are your thoughts, dude? I'll see if you kind of feel the same.
Yeah, I do like this one. I think when I first saw it in the theater, I actually saw it twice in the theater because I just loved it that much.
Very nice.
But
does it have an alternate ending or no?
There is, yeah. Like
there is. So when you saw it twice, different endings both times?
No, they have like an alternate ending on the special features, which is like there's no chase scene throughout the house or like Laurie shooting Michael. It basically is like just a little bit longer than Michael pulling Laurie out of the cop car, and it's still like Loomis confronting Michael saying, "It's my fault, Michael, let her go." And Michael ends up getting shot up by the cops, and that's how it ends.
Is it?
Oh, interesting.
It's just that scene as well, or like you go to the special features whole movie, maybe with deleted scenes added in, and then that ending.
It's just in the deleted scenes. Like
no, but I'm saying when you go to the special features, it's just that watch alternate ending or whatever the hell.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
no,
you said you saw it in the theater.
Yeah, and through the years, like my strong love for it has kind of gone down a bit, but I still enjoy it. I love Tyler Mane as Michael. He just is a beast.
Fucking scary as
intended because X-Men. But
that's right. He was Sabretooth.
Yeah, he was.
Sabretooth, yeah. And but the way he goes ham on everybody is just fantastic. He's just
I was so good to you, Cody.
He didn't have to do Danny Trejo like that.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised. Like I remember watching the movie for the first time, and I thought I was like, he's probably not going to kill him. But then when he did, I was like, damn, like it's no holds barred. Like
once he put the chains on Michael, that was kind of the end of it.
Yeah,
but
and that's how I feel about Anthony because he's like 7 foot tall, and so.
Tyler Mane, I think Tyler Mane was the one that was a little bit taller than I was. Yeah, in the picture, I think he's a little bit taller, but he's a big dude. Like, dude, him, James Hugh Courtney, him, and Derek Mears, all fucking dope dudes, man. Real nice.
All 6'9"?
No, he was definitely probably the tallest. But Derek Mears was probably just as tall as I was, probably same height, and then I think James Hugh Courtney maybe like 6'4", 6'5", probably. Yeah,
he was pretty close to you when I saw.
Yeah,
damn.
But Tyler Mane, dude. My bad, Cody. I'll let you finish. Sorry.
As far as like the origin stuff, I know it's kind of Rob Zombie's shtick to have like these redneck trailer park trashy people. I guess there was no way to getting around that if that's his thing, but.
Now clean it up. It would have wrecked everything.
It would have been so much better to me if he was just from a well-to-do neighborhood where you wouldn't have expected that kind of thing.
Okay, Cody, totally get it. Like yeah, exactly. Off the original well-to-do family, this kid goes crazy. Yeah, totally.
Like maybe it's like even if it was a behind closed doors thing where you think this is a perfect little family, but it's actually really fucked up. And this kid's like getting Yeah,
like,
and so I think it would have been stronger like that. What?
You think him being in that fucked up like environment though? You feel like that's too obvious if that's what led him to be the killer that he became?
Yeah, I think that was the aim. Because I mean, he lived in pretty trashy neighborhood. His mom was a stripper. His dad was dead. I don't think his sister was that bad. She was a basic sister, in my opinion. Like, I feel like any older sister would just, maybe not like be fucking around up in her bedroom with like her family up and around, but
come on, babe, I want to do with the mask on.
Fuck out of here.
But like,
what just did he kill the nurse with? I'm so sorry.
Aluminum.
Just her picking on him, like, I don't want to take you trick or treating. Go with yourself, or like just like, knocking the door. Michael, quit jerking off in there. Like that's basic sibling rivalry type shit.
Yeah, for sure.
And like, but then the worst, obviously, being Ronnie, the boyfriend. So I think it was just the environment he lived in. But obviously, granted, he was like killing animals, but still, I think it just would have been so much more effective if it was from a seemingly normal family in a normal neighborhood.
Suburbia.
Yeah.
It's always stranger. People always find more fault with it when it happens in suburbia. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And then when it I thought Sherry Moon Zombie did a great job as Michael's mom, especially when Michael just fully is gone after stabbing the nurse, and she's just like horrified and in shock at what her son's become. And then her reaction when she's watching the slideshows and she unalives herself, that was just heartbreaking as shit.
Heartbreaking, yeah, for sure.
And, you know, when it comes to the actual remake portion, I think it was fine. It was super rushed, but I didn't hate it. This was the start of my still everlasting crush on Scout Taylor Compton. This movie made me fall in love with her so much.
She's a total babe, dude.
Like, I meet her whenever I possibly can.
Yeah.
Because she's one of the probably the sweetest person I've ever met.
Yeah, dude, she is super chill, cool. And her and Danielle Harris were both awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, I need to go hang out with y'all, man. Y'all got bread, dog. Like, we ain't got shit.
Oh, dude,
it's called a credit. Dude. I put it on a credit card.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, it costs a pretty penny to go fucking.
Yeah, like if I met all the people I wanted to at cons, I'd be like living in a cardboard box.
Yeah. Credit? What's that? You know, you don't give niggas no credit. Like, what are you talking about?
But, Cody, that picture in the back. Do you have that thing signed? The Rob Zombie one?
Yeah, like it was embarrassing. Like, I caught Danielle Harris at a bad time. This is my first ever time meeting her, so I was excited as hell. And she was having to hurry up and get to a photo op, right?
Yeah, usually how
and
it goes.
So I just picked a photo, and I felt so pressured to kind of hurry up so she'd get to her thing, you know. And I just said, she's like, "What'd you like me to sign?" I said, "Aren't you glad you didn't turn on the light?" And she's like, "Are you sure that's not from the same movie?" I'm like, "Yes." And I was so embarrassed because I didn't want to take up her time when she was in a hurry like that. So thankfully, my second time meeting her was less pressured.
Nice.
So.
What's that drawing above it?
What?
What's that drawing above the Halloween?
Yeah,
that's Scout.
Damn, you really are in love with her. Nice.
I was about to say, yo, what is this guy?
Well, then I have a framed photo of me and her.
Nice, dude.
And then,
dude.
he said framed.
But it's like people, like, for whatever reason, hate Scout in this, and they drag her left and right. And I'm like, why? She was a great modern Laurie. Like, she felt fun. She was still kind of like the more reserved compared to like Annie and Linda, but she was still like up for stuff. She was like pretending to get humped by Annie right in front of the kids. She was saying how like she was willing to go on a date with Ben Tramer. Whereas Laurie's like, oh, I like him, but oh no, don't tell him I want to go on a date with him. You know, she felt so normal and down to earth, and the way her relationship with Tommy. And they're like, oh, she was so shrill. I'm like, Scout has a great scream. What are you talking about? And it's like she was just as proactive as Laurie was, pretty much. Like, yeah, Laurie's got the needle and the hanger, but did Laurie shoot Michael in the freaking face? No. But no, I enjoy this. There's flaws, but I think it's an overall decent remake.
Cody, what's the movie where Scout plays a detective of like some murders that are happening, and then it turns out that damn it, I'm trying to look it up and I can't remember.
Isn't it like Intruder in the House or something like that?
In Intrusion? Is that what it is?
I think so.
Okay, cool. She was really fucking good in that movie, man.
Yeah, there was another one too where she plays like a cop that I have on my watch list.
Nice.
But, yeah.
Dude. Okay, fine. Okay, yes, I can finally talk my dude, I fucking love this movie. Literally watched it the other day, and I was telling Dace, and I was even telling Shape I was gonna do like a little fucking video, a little hot take and shit. And I was like, dude, I wanted to say that Rob Zombie was top 3 for me all time. Like, I was even going to put it above the original. I know that sounds crazy, but dude, she is my favorite Laurie. She is the better Laurie. Like, nothing against Jamie Lee Curtis. She does a masterful job in the first one, but really, does she? She does. I'm sorry. I don't want to. No, she does a really good job. But dude,
I totally walk that back.
I totally.
She does.
Yeah, I totally agree, Donnie. It is. He does a very good job. Well, okay. So to me, like, I like, okay, like remakes can be very like shot for shot about the same and shit like that. I feel like he does a good job of having a good balance between like having kind of shot for shot, but not really. Like he does, obviously he does, but I feel like that's just maybe showing just great homage to the original. And some other remakes did that too, but I totally get where you're coming from. I'm going to say that I don't mind the beginning first take of the film, and because I'm not trying to sound like cliche or anything, but him wanting to show what goes through a kid's mind that is in kind of like a wrecked home, you know what I mean? Like, and how it kind of is like, people that do bad things don't have very good like upbringings, like, you know what I mean? They kind of come from rough homes, like that, you know what I mean? It is very real. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it is very much like a very real, grounded
100%.
take. Yeah, 100%. And like, that's why I feel like it kind of is like, when he beats that kid to death with that stick and shit, you're like, damn, dude, this shit is like fucking real. It's like
from Spy Kids.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like real, but it's just raw. Like, the movie is very fucking raw, and then it throws in all the great original stuff from the first. Dude, some of the shots that Zombie gets some of the shots are just fucking crazy, man. When he's walking down the fucking hallway with the mask on for the first time in his little halfway clown suit or whatever, or is that what he's wearing? Yeah, he is wearing that clown suit. Yeah. And she's like, kind of like, he's stabbing his sister. Dude, and the fucking shit looks about as real as it gets. Like, I was just watching fucking Halloween Ends when fucking Michael's stabbing the cop in the fucking sewer. And I'm like, God, this looks bad as shit. This looks CGI as fuck. I don't know, dude. I'm just saying, like, the practicals look crazy. Tyler Mane is fucking insane. It's about as raw and real of a Halloween film as you are going to get. And to me, I actually kind of like that. Like, dude, Danielle Harris is great. Scout is fucking awesome. Dude, I like the whole, like, holy shit, I'm blanking here. What do you call that? I like the the chemistry between the three girls and stuff like that. I love it. Like, I love, and then I love how, like, the boyfriend and the one chick, they go back to Michael's house, and they're like, oh, nobody's going to be here. And like, let's just get down up here. And then all of a sudden they try to show homage to like him putting on like the fucking, the sheet with the glasses. And then he fucking, hits him up against the, in the hallway. And then he does the whole Bob thing, which again, it's not very practical, but whatever. It was a great homage. Dude, I love this film. Now, Cody, I feel like you're totally right. I did see both of these different cuts because I do remember where I've watched the cut where I feel like it goes on a little bit too long when he's chasing her in the house. And I'm like, dude, this is kind of taking a long time. They're not bad parts, but I'm just saying, like, it does take a little bit longer. And you're like, this seems a little like, I don't know, just lengthened. It doesn't need to be. But
and I like that because it was a good cat and mouse thing where she's like hiding inside the wall and like she's trying to be super quiet when Michael's just like creeping around. And then when she's up in the rafters,
2x4 just starts poking holes through. Like, and dude, then like her capping him in the face and the blood going everywhere, and then her just fucking deathly screaming. Like, what an ending, dude! Like, what are we even talking about, dude? This shit is nuts. And so my bad. We can get into the second one, but I love this film, man. I love it a lot, dude.
And like the addition of having her have moments with her parents adds a lot to it, especially with where it goes into like, and when Michael's killing her parents and like Dee Wallace is like, leave my baby alone.
This is what I'm talking about. The movie goes from, okay, mom and dad, like, see you guys later. I'm going to go babysitting. And then boom, Michael's like right there to just kill him. And it's so unexpected. You're like, holy shit, he just bum rushed the shit out of him. And dude, Dee Wallace is like the best. He just fucking breaks in and he just like just slaughters Dee Wallace. And I'm like, damn, dude, this
and it's such a small detail, but the fact that, instead of having Annie run upstairs or something like that, she's willing to run outside the house, titties flailing, to get away from Michael. That is super realistic to me. Like, I feel like that's what any sane person would want to do. I don't give a fuck if I have my top off. I'm running out this door.
Bum rush and titties flailing back to back. I can't.
No, and you know what? You know what's actually great about this film is it does have nudity. That's what I'm saying. It's like old school with the fucking shit where I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Like all those.
I mean, in the unrated cut, we see Linda's bush.
Fuck yeah. Like, what are we talking about? Real and raw, man. This is what I'm saying. Like, dude, that's what I'm saying. Dude, Rob Zombie did such a good job with this first film, man. He really did. He really fucking did. I thought he did a masterful job. Like, I truly think that it's like, dude, it's easily one of the best sequels of all time. Like, I know the nostalgia for the first couple originals, and it's all valid. It's all like, have you never heard that before, Donnie, or what?
I need a tissue. Oh my god. It was the back to back of that shit. He said titties flailing. That's fucking wild. Incredible pull.
Yeah, and then the dude that's nailing Danielle Harris is like, oh, it's so warm. It's like, Jesus Christ, like they throw all the liners in there, dude. It's like, god damn. That shit's funny as fuck, man. and then like, okay, this is what I'll compare. I love 2018. I fucking love it. But like, okay, at the beginning when they showing Andy Matichak in,
Jesus Christ,
in the kitchen with her mom and dad, and he's like, oh, I got peanut butter on my penis. Or it sounds stupid. It's like, oh, that's so dumb. But then when Scout goes down and she's talking with Dee Wallace, she's all like, oh, the creepy guy down the street,
touch me the wrong way.
Yeah, touch me the wrong way. Like it seems
she was calling him a horny old pervert.
Yeah, exactly. And then like she uses the bagel and shit. Like to me, that's more funny.
Yeah,
like,
and the bagel's in the unrated cut too. And people always take like issue with that, saying it's problematic. And it's like, oh, get out.
Grow up. What are we talking about? Like to me, that's more funny.
Like because she's accusing a man of like touching her and whatever. And it's like, okay, it's all in fun.
Yeah, exactly. That just shows you that she's very like innocent, but yet like is also a young girl, an adolescent girl. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's why I love this Laurie too. She's like more relatable to us.
Amen, dude. And just like apparently our generation, I guess maybe our generation, like our moms were more like Jamie Lee Curtis or something. I don't know, but actually maybe that is valid, I guess. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. Okay. Sorry, Donnie. What's up?
No, the shit that got me is just the term bum rush is not something that you hear all the time. That's like a hip hop term, because literally Public Enemy's first album was called Yo Bum Rush the Show, and like it just made me laugh because that's something you we hear in the hood. Hey, look, I'm gonna show you niggas this is how you stack up on the door before you kick it in. Then we bum rush. like that's how it be though. I'm sorry, that shit just threw me through a loop. I had to get a tissue.
No, that's funny.
But the I don't know, man. It's like I don't have like an issue, with this movie like I thought I did. Like I mean, I thought for a fact, like, and two, I felt a little not disrespected, but I feel like Rob Zombie played a little bit dirty, because while I don't really fuck with his music, he had fucking God of Thunder playing at the beginning, and like,
right, yeah,
so now of course I'm leaning in because I'm like, boy, now I go, I fucks with Kiss, like, come on, man.
And that was another great thing that he did, is he had great music with this. Yeah, exactly. Even
nuts.
Even let's just step into it. The second,
I will say though, like, okay, the work print version is what I saw. It got leaked online. Sometime after the theatrical cut came out, and it was the work print version. And like, instead of God of Thunder in that cut, it had the Monster Mash playing.
Oh, okay.
And then that was the version that had the ending of Michael getting gunned down by the police.
See, I feel like I've seen both of these. I feel like I definitely have.
Because that version was only available online, I think. I don't think it was available anywhere else.
So you don't like do you not like God of Thunder?
Oh, I love God of Thunder.
So I don't know.
That's what.
I'm sorry. What? I was gonna say I don't know if Blake and Jake are still in here. Maybe not. They live on the East Coast, so they're an hour ahead of us anyway. But no, if you said you didn't like it, I wouldn't be mad. The original studio version of God of Thunder is ass compared to like the live version from Alive 2, or every time they played it live, the song's fucking amazing. But the whole slow distortion of Gene Simmons' voice, so to me, it doesn't really work for like. And I'm glad they changed, because it was gonna be a disco song at first, and Paul Stanley was singing it, and then they were like, no, give it to Gene, because Gene, he's the demon, the scary guy in the group, and so that's how I got. But the whole slowness of the "You've got something about you," and there's like this distortion on his voice. I don't really, I don't really like it. But if you look up any other live version, that shit is fire. And I mean, you had, of course, there's a theme. You had "Don't Fear the Reaper," uh, "Love Hurts." Shout out to Nazareth.
Yeah, right. That part
uh,
where yeah.
You had "Let It Ride" by Bachman Turner Overdrive. You had "Baby I Love Your Way." Shout out to Peter Frampton.
Yep.
And of course, you had what's called Tom Sawyer, as Geddy Lee would say in his Canadian accent. "Modern day warrior, mean
Yep.
stride.
When they're at the
Today,
truck
Tom
stop.
Sawyer, mean pride."
I
Yeah.
actually did own the soundtrack to the movie too.
Nice, dude. Nice.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
talking about the great classic rock songs that he did have in it, dude, the opening to the next film, when you're playing Nights in White Satin, dude, at the beginning, the hospital scene and all that shit, like,
word.
dude, it's like, it's trippy, man. It's really, really trippy.
Yep. Y'all ever seen that meme? I'm sorry. I think it would be on Cody, but did y'all ever see that meme of like it's like the dude and he's sitting there and he's like smiling and it says Halloween 2 on like the TV guide and he's like, and then it like the second picture is this Halloween 2 on the guide on the info and then it's just him like in the second picture. Like,
yeah, that's hilarious. That is funny.
This opening is iconic. Well, I shouldn't say iconic, but it's great.
It is
iconic
great
for Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
Stuff like
using
his bag.
I'll let you start, Cody. Yeah, what are your thoughts?
I think this is another one where it's like, I think people were expecting something that it wasn't. When really the movie is more like a psychological story, like as far as where we find Laurie at this point in her life, like a year later. And it's just such a great contrast to go watch this and then watch the sequel, because we see Laurie as this completely different person in the first one. She's happy and having fun and whatever. And then now this, she's just complete 360. She's angry. She's depressed. She's lashing out at people she loves, and just the complete opposite of the person we saw. And I think that's the best aspect of this movie is the exploration of Laurie. And I like that the director's cut shows a little bit more of that, like more scenes of her at her therapist's office, like just her just completely spiraling. And there's more scenes of her talking with Annie and how much it took an effect on her too. And she calls Laurie out on her shit, saying she's like, "This is not the Laurie I know." She's like, people think, she sees it as an act and all that. She's like, she's like, "I see what you really are, Laurie. This is not it."
And real quick, let me just say, like, I've had people accuse me of faking like my ailments and like health issues and stuff that I go through. That shit is infuriating, dude. So like,
Well, and her point is like she acts like she's the only person it happened to, whereas Annie like nearly freaking died. And so she's like, it's basically she's just calling her on her shit, like she's acting like so self-centered with her shit, not caring about the fact that she was in this too.
And that's why I got over that whole like, oh, everything bad happens to me. This is, you know what I mean? Because, like, I get
and my biggest issue, I think it goes the White Horse stuff. They go into that way too much. We only needed very little of it. I also wish we had little of, Hobo Michael trudging around wherever he's coming from, because apparently they're still living in Haddonfield for whatever reason. I don't know why, because I would have hauled ass out of there after those events.
On God. Look, I would have bum rushed the next state.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like the kills are gory, but it's like I just wish we had less maskless Michael. Like that's not the Michael I want to see. I do like where it ultimately culminates in that shack, whether it I always mix of which ending I prefer, whether it's the unrated version, the director's cut where Laurie dies, where all three of them die, Laurie, Loomis, and Michael. And then the theatrical where Laurie kills Michael with the knife, like going ham on him with it, and then she just ends up in an institution. I have such mixed feelings of which one I like better.
So you like maskless Michael is a no-go, but you really don't have like super strong feelings one way or the other when he has a mask on, regardless of how trash it is.
Yes, because I don't want to see just a maskless Michael walking around with a full ass beard, looking like he's like living in a box or something.
But let me ask you this though, like, you don't think that like, and I know you can argue like it's okay, so you know Jason has a mask, but Freddy don't, Daniel Robitaille don't.
But that's because Michael is known for only wearing a mask.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my thing. It's like we know Michael in his white mask. I don't want to see him without it.
But if he pulled up in a freshly fine cut Italian suit with the mask on, you'd be cool with that, right? Because
you think I'm going to get into a car with Michael Myers?
What? No, like I don't even know where that came from. I'm saying the mask and the coverall. So I'm saying if he changes his outfit and don't have that on, is that a problem for you as well? Because he's known for having the coverall joint on too. So if he has a suit,
I'm just saying. Point is, it's like
no. That's not no.
No, I just don't want to see Michael maskless. Like it just does not look right to me. It's not really all that intimidating. Like it's just not the Michael we know. We know Michael with a white mask and yeah.
Tuxedo's fine though.
That would be interesting to see that tuxedo mask. Yeah.
Like outside behind the tree fixing his bow tie and shit.
But and then my final thought is just like I loved the scene where as much as I hated to see Annie die officially, it was such a great scene on both Scout and Brad Dourif's performances and their reactions to it. It was just pure perfection on their parts. And
that was. Oh, my bad, Cody. Sorry.
I know I said that's the one last thing, but this is the last thing. Michael Myers going on Academy Award winner Octavia Spencer just breaks my heart every single time. The nurse that he like just goes ham on before he goes after Laurie.
Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that.
She's lady that played Ma.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Donnie. What are your thoughts on the film?
Trash, Anthony.
Yeah. I just watched this the other day. Yeah, dude. Fucking the first 20 minutes. Yeah, really, really good stuff. Really good stuff. I don't like where the fucking who's the guy in Barbarian? Richard Brake. I actually saw him at Scarefest. Yeah. When he's talking about like getting down with dead corpse. Yeah, I was like, okay, like those are the things. And then I guess we didn't talk about it in the first one. If you watch the unrated or there's kind of the rape scene.
Just I fast forward that part.
Yeah, just not necessary, man. It's like Last House on the Left. You just like those are the parts you just like. You're like, fuck, man, I can't watch this shit. But very much not necessary. If you take that out, really good practicals. I would just say that to me, this movie is very much like, dude. I actually I thought that this film was like what Kills and Ends were together. Like Kills and Ends, I feel like were very much Rob Zombie 2 all in a whole. Like pretty much. Like I felt like it had all the brutal stuff of Kills. And it was kind of, this is easily the most indie film out of all of them. It's like the most like indie, just whatever, Rob Zombie was just like, I don't know if he technically wanted to do this movie or if he didn't, or like what happened and shit. But dude, you're totally right, Cody. The whole mental mindset of like them diving deep into like Laurie's, just like where she's at and just like how it's this whole situation's just like wrecked her and shit. Very real and raw and shit. And there are some things that are just like kind of just, the white horse is so overplayed and just like the little kid. And like, I get it. Like, he had to bring his wife back somehow, and like all this stuff, but it is what it is. I still don't really get the whole white horse thing, or maybe that's something I just don't quite understand or something or whatever. But again, It's those parts very much take away from the film. And I get what you're saying, Cody, with like the whole like mask. I guess it doesn't bother me like greatly. I guess, you know, when he goes to the strip club and he, you know, I thought that part was pretty cool. You know, the guy's all like, you know, back up, and the dude that's like the bouncer just gets his fucking face crushed in, and the other guy's trying to bang the chick as Frankenstein. Dude, I honestly thought that was one of the most brutal kills, is when he takes the chick that's about to do the dude that owns the joint and just slams her head up against the mirror like a bunch of times. I'm like, damn. Like, dude, it's just
stomps the one dude's head to the freaking mush.
Yeah, exactly. And like, there you go. Like, that's what I'm saying. I feel like David Gordon Green definitely took some fucking.
Oh, he took parts from every single entry out almost.
Exactly. Like, he definitely took some inspiration from this film. Like the whole, you know, when they go to the party scene, you know, and everything, and like, you know, even that part where like the couple gets killed in the van, you know, or whatever. That's a pretty good scene. Like, do I like him? Like, you know, maybe doing like the talking and the grunting and all that stuff when he makes, I don't really know. It's whatever. It's not great, but it's still watchable, I guess I'll say. But
I liked Rob Zombie's initial idea for it, but I think the Weinsteins didn't, so that's why they didn't go with it. And I think it was that it was ultimately going to be that Michael was in fact dead, and it was Laurie doing the killings the whole time.
Whoa, I was not aware of that. What a fucking dude. I literally thought that that's what was going to be. I thought that's what Terrifier 3 was going to be. I literally thought it was going to be Sienna that was doing all the killings. Like, didn't you?
And they definitely hinted that.
Yeah.
I think that would have been a great ending. Like, I'm fine with it as is how it ended, like both endings.
Yeah.
But I think that would have been a cool thing to have it be.
Oh, dude, people would have got pissed, dude. People would have been. They would have been like, "No, Michael, dude. Like, what are we even talking about?" Yeah,
I suppose it would have been new beginning all over again.
Yep. Okay. So I'd say we got a little bit to go. So we'll just throw all three of these in together. So we're gonna go over the trilogy, why would I even start with that? 18 kills and ends. So Donnie, were you able to see all these in the theater?
Excuse me. The well, one point that I wanted to make earlier, you were talking about how, you know, one thing that I think, like, Anthony, you didn't touch on either, but I've heard you say this before on other streams, was like how fucking pretentious Loomis became in.
Oh, dude, Donnie, what a great point, dude. That was easily like top. It might even have been the first reason why I hated that movie. Mm-hmm. Not hate's a strong word, but like why I disliked that film. Word. Yeah, like, dude, the way he is in that movie are two things I forgot. Brad Dourif is great in these two films. I totally forgot to talk about Brad Dourif. He's great in these films. Yeah, and dude, the way they wrote Dr. Loomis in the second, it was like, dude, what are you trying to piss off the fans? Like, yeah, right. It's like, man, you just hated that guy. Go get me a.
It came out of nowhere too.
Yeah, it really kind of did, because you were not. There's no way you were expecting that.
You said it's only a year too. Like he became.
Yeah, it's a year later.
He went that far off the deep end in just a year, in 52 weeks.
However, again, showing you how Rob Zombie captures kind of reality, because some people can't get caught up in that shit, to be completely honest.
1,000,000%. And thank you. That's what happened. We see it a lot. And niggas think they're above the law or whatever because, you know, you had a record label in the 90s or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. But
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, as douchey as Loomis was, I still love his line. When I want your opinion, I'll beat it out of you.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he. Yeah, then I can't remember what he says. He's like, I want it scalding hot, or he's like, it better be scalding hot. Or I'm just like, dude, this dude. I swear to God, right when I was watching that just the other day, I swear when his part kicks in, or like his parts started kicking in, I was like, oh my God, this is terrible.
I just remember you saying that on maybe like one of Shape streams or something, and that's why I was like, damn, Anthony didn't say nothing about that. But Cody, you was talking about how like Lori, I don't know, I wouldn't necessarily call her pretentious, but how Lori kind of got into that. Unfortunately, she kind of got into that shit of where she, like you said, felt like, basically fuck everybody else. Like, even though you almost died, it's like, look at what happened to me. And you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I was going to share with y'all that, so I, because of the disease that I have, the lack of oxygen in the blood cells and can't get through small vessels like in the lower legs and feet and stuff, it causes you to have ulcers where literally the layers of your skin die and make an open wound. And I have that on both of my legs, and it has made life not impossible, but very close to, with how particular you have to do stuff. You can't sit close to anybody because you can't have anybody touch it. Like, because the nerve endings around the edge, the outer edge of the wound are exposed. So it's extremely tender and painful. You can't stand to touch it and stuff like that. And when that happened, like at first, I kind of felt, I kind of was having like the Lori thing when it first started to happen, because I was like, look, mad at all the doctors, like, y'all knew this shit was a possibility and y'all never told me, because for whatever reason it can't happen to you until you turn 19 years old, and it's skewed like 90% males, 10% females. And why that is, they don't really know why, but this shit didn't start happening until I was 19. So from a baby till 18 years old, there was no trace of this, and it just appeared one day when I was, in my 19th year of life, and I'll be 30 in 3 weeks. So, this shit has been completely, like frustrating and all that. And so I went through that whole, like, like, oh, this shit is like happening to me, and this is the worst thing ever, and you know what I mean? And like, don't nobody know what I'm going through and all that stuff. And going to the infusions and stuff now, I've met other people with sickle cell, but they have different types that I do, so they don't have the ulcers. It's just prevalent in the type that I have. Not my fault, just nature's thing. The point I was making though is, at first I was really, really jaded about this shit. Why all this bad stuff happening to me? And and then as time went on, I started thinking, because basically they told me at the wound clinic, like, hey, these are basically chronic. Either it's gonna heal or it's not. And if it does heal, you still run an opportunity that it's gonna come back because it's chronic. You're gonna always have sickle cells unless they make a cure. You're gonna always have sickle cells, so you're gonna always have this problem, basically. So I didn't know how to take that, at that time. And then time went on, and then I had to buy supplies and shit to cover up the wound, dressings to, keep them covered and from getting infected and stuff. And then sometimes companies go out of business, or they don't have, they're out of stock, or it's on back order or whatever. They don't have it. So I'm trying, you figure out what to do. Then I started thinking, there are kids in Africa, in Haiti, in Jamaica, with sickle cell that, some in third world countries with, not a pot to piss in, and they ain't got no way to even cover theirs up. You know what I'm saying? So their shit's getting infected and they're having to lose their legs. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that I have it, but I can cover it up and keep it from getting infected and keep it clean, is it really that bad? You know what I'm saying? Like, it gets to, to like what's really important. So that was a point that plot point, like, I understood her whole thing, having like been in that, position and that kind of thing. So, but I didn't want to like step on your toes with what you were saying. But when you brought that up, immediately that's where my mind went. As far as the other movies go, I didn't see Kills and Ends in the theater, only because of the pandemic, though. Obviously, the disease compromised the immune system. It wasn't worth risking that to go see a movie, especially when I had the option, the luxury of streaming it at my house.
Right. So they released it both in theaters and on Peacock.
Right. Yeah.
So I went to yeah, that's how I saw Judas and the Black Messiah. Came out in February of I think 21 and watched it on HBO Max. Didn't go to the theater because of that. And because of the compromise immune system. I had COVID and I almost fucking died last year. So it ain't worth that shit. It's overrated. So I see 18, right? I make my family go with me. My Aunt Wanda, my grandmother, my mom, me. We gotta go. And when I first saw the commercials, having not seen Halloween since the Rob Zombie joints, I remember in my mind I was like, damn, 40 years later, I was like, hey, Mike, he old as hell now. He come and get his social security check and he think Lori got it. Like that's a boy finna sign up for that AARP card. And I was like, yo, we gotta go see this. So we go and total fire. Real quick question for y'all. In the scene at the gas station / rest stop, whatever you want to call it, he goes in there and he dislocates my man's shit, and that's where he got the coveralls, and he was following the reporters and shit because he wanted his mask, right? Got all that. The lady in the car when the dude was like doing like this after he was like filling up the car with gas or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but like he looked over and saw a lady in a van in the passenger seat, and he threw her the peace sign. And then she like looked him off like that, or she pointed or something. What was that like about?
Oh, she definitely saw Michael for sure.
I would agree.
Right? Yeah, I think. Oh,
I should know what he looked like though.
More so, well, he was in like his kind of psychiatric gown and stuff like that. So I think maybe she was just all like
from the bus had already been out. Like
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, word. Okay. I just wanted to understand that. Make sure I wasn't missing something. But yeah, so saw that in the theaters and dude, at the end of that, I mean, like I thoroughly love that movie. And also I have to say fucking as a guitarist, as a musician, shout out to Cody Carpenter, the Shape Hunts Allison is my favorite piece of music from any Halloween film that includes the main theme. Not that it's bad, of course, 5/4 time signature rarely happens in the music, right? But the Shape Hunts Allison after he's impaled Oscar on the iron gate, you know what I mean? And then the motion lights come on and she sees Michael and she takes off running. So that's a guitar, and you drag the violin bow across the strings, and that's what is making that sound, right? And it's a harpsichord. Harpsichord.
I thought it was like a synth or something, another synth usage.
So yeah, okay. So you do have that though, like there's like a ding 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 ding, like you hear that, right? It harpsichord or probably harpsichord sound on a keyboard. But then Cody Carpenter, he was playing a Les Paul and he had a violin bow, and he pulled it across the strings of the guitar, and that's what makes that sound. And I just thought that was so damn cool. But the kills was there. You know what I mean? It was brutal. We have the whole thing. I'm not wild about like her going so crazy and having basically her house be Fort Knox and shit. Not super wild about that, but like him standing on him stomping on I think it was Sartain's head, and that shit exploded like a watermelon. I don't know about that. Me nitpicking, but the like the lights coming on, and what was the dad's name? Allison's dad. What's his name?
The peanut butter on my penis, dude. I'm not for sure. I can't remember.
Okay. Whatever.
Was it Nick? Nick? No.
Ray.
Yeah.
Ray. Yeah, that sounds right. Yep.
It was Ray.
Okay, so we know that he got turned into a fucking Christmas tree ornament.
Yeah, because one dude's like, yeah, your dad used to sell me peyote back in the day.
Right, yeah.
The cops getting turned into jack-o'-lanterns.
Easily the best.
Okay, that's what it was. It was that. That's what it was. But still, Michael came, choked his ass out, got him out of there. But him going, like knocking through the glass, and and he's like fucking her up, and he's covering the end of the shotgun. Why? I don't know. But she pulls a trigger that goes off. I just think like that whole sequence is really cool. and then how she was kind of going upstairs like room to room, and she of course like starts following the trail of blood for obvious reasons, but she's kind of like looking room to room, sitting there with my family. And it was a packed theater. It just felt like it, like he could jump out at any moment in one, and it really just the tension to me just felt like it was really like fuck, he finna jump out this room. Okay, no, she closed the gate, so she know he ain't in that one. Can't go back to that one. You know what I'm saying? And then the lights on and like the converse of the situation. He looks over the edge and she's gone. Like, I just thought all that was fire. They're down underneath the island, and I really, really fucking love the Mom, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Oh, that was so good.
Brain,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Boy, I thought that shit was so fire. Also, I liked his breakdance move that he hit when he got shot. That shit he did right there. Looked like the Thriller video. I thought that was cool. And then he tumbled down the steps and he's fucking him up with that frying pan, cutting him on his wrist and all kind of shit, man. Set the house on fire and they dip up out of there, man. I thought at the end, because he's on fire, we hear his breathing, but it's like, this is it. Was there word that it was going to be a trilogy before that movie came out?
I think it was assumed. I think everyone assumed it, but I don't think it was planned. But once they saw how much money it made, that's kind of what made them really do it.
Right. Okay. So
because you can tell the way the next two movies went that this was not planned at all.
True.
Facts.
It has to be true. Yep.
I was just gonna say the one scene at the end there, him burning in the house. I thought that would have been pretty fucking cool. Of course, he finds some way to get out if you do a sequel. Yeah. But if you don't, I
had a feeling that there was going to be a sequel because it shows him standing there as the flames are coming around him. But when it comes back to the cellar, he's nowhere in sight. So I'm like,
see him. But how he knew where that little escape door thing was? How would he know that was there? But to that point, let me just finish off with this. I thought we were getting a call back to Halloween 4, and Allison was finna go crazy because
that's what I was hoping.
The zoom in on the knife and then boom, black screen. Now, to that point, I think, and it's not saying that other characters haven't, so don't get me wrong, but I feel like she lost the fucking most out of all of this shit. And if she had gone crazy, she would have had carte blanche to go crazy. She lost her dad, then she lost her mom, then she lost her boyfriend, then
she lost her friends.
Like,
true.
All of that, you know what I'm saying? Just back to back blows with all of that stuff. And she would have had carte blanche to go crazy. You know what I'm saying?
That would have been a much better version of Halloween Ends instead of it going to Corey.
I agree with that. So Anthony, do you want me to talk about the other two, or do you want me to just 18 and then real quick 18?
Yeah. Definitely just I would just I would just kind of sum them all up. Yep.
Okay, so then I'll just say, so I watched the other two at home, different atmosphere. My friend Sam, who I've known since 3rd grade, he was the first friend I ever made when I moved here. 2nd grade actually, so 2002. Funnily enough, when I'm coming out of the movie theater from 2018, he's going in with his girlfriend at the time.
Dope.
So he goes see that, and I'm like, yo, if they make another one, we gotta go see it. Obviously, as we talked about, pandemic happens. He comes to my house, we watch it. Kills, I thought was crazy. The Shamrock, the masks, you know what I mean? The playground, fucking Shawty she was trying to bust at him with the Desi. And I mean, if he had got hit with one of them shells, it was over. Like, he kicked the door and you turned it in. I don't know about that.
It was a terrible shot though for someone who was giving her man shit about knowing how to use a gun.
And it was a big ass firearm. Like, that's a big ass gun.
But no, that definitely was Desi. Like the fucking just the recoil of that joint alone.
Yeah.
What's the lady's name that's hiding under the bridge?
Lindsay.
Yeah, Lindsay. Yeah.
Okay. I feel like too, Buddy from the psych hospital, like, they had to know that wasn't fucking Michael. This fat ass Danny DeVito looking ass nigga, y'all know that's not Michael Myers, bro.
Right. Yeah.
But the definitely like the
Lori
viciousness
knew
of
right
it.
when she like laid eyes on him, but she was kind of going with the crowd at first, saying, "Oh, it's Michael, it's Michael." But then when she got a look at him, it's like, "That's not him."
Yeah, of course, right? And
Yeah.
and she just knew instinctually. Um, totally forgot to talk about in the first one the scene with Vicky, absolute fire.
Ugh, I love
L-
Vicky.
love that scene. Can't remember what's the name of the little kid. Can't remember what his
Julian.
name was. Julian. Um, you know what I mean? She goes to close the door. He pops out. You know the whole like mirror thing when Lori was shooting the reflection. Like all of that was masterfully fucking done. I like the viciousness of kills. When Buddy's trying to choke him with the stethoscope, so ass. And he just
So dumb.
literally, but the way he just literally walked his ass down. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
thought that was super, super dope. Um, and you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. Me and Sam both audibly reacted when at the end when you find out that I'm so terrible with the names of the characters. When the mom gets killed,
Karen.
Karen, yeah, with of course her name was Karen. Um, when when she gets killed, you know, like he just kind of like pops up. You know, I personally they kind of lost me with him getting his ass jumped, and then he just all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? He took his Phoenix down, and then next thing you know, he's back up, fucking giving the business to everybody. I don't know about that one. Didn't like that at all. And then put a button on this. Yeah, you know, pops up, kills her. And I remember me and Sam both being like, what's gonna happen? They gotta go out with a bang, something big on him. What you know, and then boom, like he pops up, kills, you know, Karen nuts. Halloween ends, Tridash. Like, uh, let me see. If there's a better way I can say it. Garbage,
Garbage.
refuse, sewage, um, do not recommend. Like there was, I mean, don't get me wrong, there was some cool parts. You know, don't get me wrong, some cool parts. Like fuck, when the trailers was coming out for that shit, that shot of Michael standing there like in the darkness in the cave, and
Yep.
it's just a mask that you see, no eyes, but you just see the mask, like, and it's all dark, but like his face is taking up like the whole like screen. That shit was actually kind of creepy. I'd be sitting in my room and that commercial come on, and I'm like, damn, hold on, wait, like you know, Corey, cool. I mean, he had some vicious, you know, kills and shit like that, but he cut Buddy tongue off and it fell on the record.
Right.
And
After fucking up his jaw, where it's just like hanging.
After like twice, like after like 2 slams. So he's now got superhuman strength. That's number one. Number two, tongue is on the record. Record is skipping. What radio station still plays real records today?
Right.
I'll tell that Haddonfield.
And my thing is, nobody like called the station or the police or something. That shit going out over the airwaves, you would have heard that skipping and been like, "What the hell going on down there?"
Well, Corey lit it on fire afterwards.
I know that happened, yeah, afterward. I'm just saying, like, if you're actively listening to that channel and you hear the song constantly skipping, common sense would probably tell you to be like, "Oh shit, something's up," right? Right? Like, but I don't know, man. I obviously thought it could have been, you know, better, of course.
Better.
But the whole, I'm not crazy about the is he a man? Is he supernatural? Is he a man? Is he supernatural? But I can tell you the thing that I like the most, and I'm dying. But the thing that I like the absolute most about this is him dying. I don't know necessarily with just like cutting him to where he bleeds out. I don't know if killing him that way is what I would say, but it finally felt resolute, and I know people don't like that as an ending, and it never would have happened. Laurie's too old, and she's not strong enough to do that to him, and all that kind of stuff. But to me, him dying to me felt like the resolution to all of this shit that we made. Since you took that from us in H2O, it felt like finally, dog, finally we got this shit. You know what I mean? Like, and so I personally liked that as the ending. I know I'm gonna get all kind of hate mail from Shape tomorrow morning, but like to me, I
His
thought that was
his ending was better.
yeah, right. Like
Straight up.
I just like I told y'all before, I like the shit where like the resolution, to the story. You know what I'm saying? At the
Yep.
end, somebody had to die, Harry or Voldemort. You know what I'm saying? So it was resolute.
Very nice. Okay, sorry, Cody. I know we'll hurry up. So what are your thoughts on the whole trilogy?
It's a mixed bag, but overall, I think it's not a very good trilogy, and that includes 2018 because I feel like it's such a ripoff of H2O, where everything is done so exaggeratingly. There are great elements to it though. Like there's no doubt about it. James G. Courtney is a great Michael throughout this trilogy. He's brutal. There's a lot of good tracking shots, the way it's shot and everything, the kills. Yeah, I don't like the depiction of Laurie at all in 2018. Kills is probably my favorite of them all because I just want to see Michael going around killing people, and that's what it delivered. I loved the whole park sequence with Lindsay.
Amen.
I wish it had kept the original ending of Kills, where it shows Laurie calling Karen's cell phone, and Michael picks it up, and he can hear him breathing, and she knows basically that Karen's dead, and so she grabs the knife and starts walking down the hallway, ready to go fuck up Michael.
Really? So that was in a lot of the trailers.
That was the original ending, and you can watch that on the. Yeah, you can watch that ending on the Blu-ray. Like it gives you option to watch it with the theatrical ending or the original ending. Obviously, that's not the direction they wanted to go. They decided to do a stupid ass time jump. I don't think that was the smartest decision, but yet I didn't hate ends. I think I give it credit for trying to be different. I hate that they showed pretty much the whole fight in the trailer. Yeah, there were some good sequences and ends as well. I liked this version of Laurie for the most part, except for the fact that she just seems totally oblivious to the fact that her daughter was murdered. Like it just doesn't bother her at all. For some reason, she's just hunky dory, baking pies and stuff, talking about showing grief for tits and stuff.
I was literally just going to say that.
The romance between Allison and Corey was so stupid. Agreed. I didn't like it. It took me out.
Thank God, Cody.
Yeah, I like the way Michael is killed. Like they just go so extra with it, but I feel like there is more of a feeling of, I think the word I'm looking for is catharsis. Like, and with how it ends in H2O, like I just feel like Laurie's finally able to exhale after all that.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, like it's a trilogy I'll watch, but I don't particularly love it because there wasn't a plan. They were just throwing shit at the wall, seeing what stuck. And even it was not very good stuff that stuck, but it's still watchable.
I love it, Cody. See, this is why I love horror. And I'm sorry, Cody. We'll wrap this up because I'm sure you got to work in the morning and stuff. And
damn.
I like how we have differentiating opinions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I would say Donnie said, he kind of liked the trilogy, pretty much. And then you kind of said, it's watchable. Oh, geez, dude, I didn't even see you grab your dog. Oh, I love that.
It's Kirby.
Kirby, nice. That's a good name.
Yes, named after Kirby Reed Scream.
Love it. Oh damn! Dodgers just won the World Series. Nice. Okay,
unfortunately.
But no, this is why I love horror and stuff like that, because I love how just we all have our tastes for different things, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. And so I like your takes, Cody, and I like your takes too, Donnie. I'm gonna have to probably side more probably with Donnie. I will say, like, okay, this is what I'll say. David Gordon Green, I think, did a masterful job with this trilogy. And I know he wasn't responsible for everything. Like, But I will say the one constant thing throughout this whole trilogy was the score was usually really good and the cinematography was really, really good.
Yep. I will agree with that too.
Yeah. James Hugh Courtney did a masterful job as, as his portrayal of Michael. Actually, probably my favorite, to be honest. And like I said, meeting the guy, I even told him, I think everybody knows I don't really like ends all that much. It just is not the way that I thought they were going to try to end it. But I did tell him, congratulations, you guys did, a fucking great job with the trilogy. And so obviously 18s, I'll start out with, my bad. It's probably my favorite of the franchise. Oh shit, Donnie, my bad. I didn't even see your hand up. Sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Teacher. You said turn to page 15. What page is 15 on? No. What I wanted to ask real quick though was it was with that whole thing. You were saying, the shit that happened with Corey. Of course, everybody, it's like a up down kind of thing. Do either one of you guys feel like David Gordon Green or some of the other people involved sat and watched like a bunch of John Carpenter movies and use that to heavily influence this one? Because there's elements of
totally. People have made comparisons to Christine with it,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I was making sure I wasn't bugging.
Yeah, there's no other way. I mean, there's no other way around it. Yeah, he definitely did. I mean, there's huge Christine elements, which you think I would like a little bit more, kind of going that route. But dude, okay, again, 18. I know we're going to do our rankings right after this, but I'm just telling you right now, 18 is my favorite of the franchise. Cody, again, dude, I know you don't really like Jamie Lee Curtis in this one. I love her in this one because I love how she is
great. It's just the Laurie character.
Yeah, I actually like that she's super paranoid and super to me, again, it's just like we've been talking this whole night, how certain characters can go through certain things and kind of cope in different ways. You know what I mean? And so her coping in this way and becoming, just super paranoid and just wanting to be hey, I'm going to not ruin my daughter's life, but I'm going to show her how to kind of protect herself and stuff. And it kind of consumed her life. And then, I think it's an interesting storyline. So I actually did like that. And then just Donnie said, there were so many good homages and Easter eggs to the original and stuff like that. He throws her out the house, looks down, she's laying on the ground, then looks again and she's not there. And just really good stuff. Dude, what is there really to say about 18 that I don't really like? Dude, there's not a lot, man. I really like 18 a lot. Maybe the boyfriend, but he plays the role. He plays that, dickhead, whatever, boyfriend or whatever. You throw on a fucking phone and some, the fuck was that? Was that Jello or
it was nacho cheese?
Yeah. Oh, see, yeah, that's what I meant. Nacho cheese or pudding. I couldn't tell which one it was.
I thought it was pudding at first too, but
it's do you want me to get that, or do you want to get it?
It's actually cheese. I thought it was vanilla pudding.
I listened to the commentary and I think they said it was nacho cheese.
Oh, nice.
And shout out to was Sartain driving? Who was driving when they gave Michael Myers the Suge Knight?
Oh no, it was what's his name? The cop or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Frank.
Yeah. But even that, the Sartain thing, that was another storyline that I thought was interesting. I was yeah, dude, dude, when he puts the mask on and shit, it's I remember seeing that for the first time and being I know people didn't like it, but I was almost kind of creeped out where I was holy shit, man. There are weird people like this that are oh, I want to see what makes him tick. And I always find that weird. We always want to fucking interview fucking Dahmer and shit like that. And it's why are we interested? I don't give a shit about why this man ticks. He killed a bunch of people. Let him fucking rot. Who gives a shit? I don't know.
Say that shit again.
But it's just, I don't know. Anyways, so I didn't mind it because again, it's a different kind of storyline, but 18 is super fun. I love it. When they light up the house at the end, it literally could have been a standalone film. Probably should have just ended right there. They made a lot of money. I don't blame them for doing a second film. I think Kills is the biggest dark horse of the franchise. I think it's one of the most underrated of them all. Literally watching it again last night and then just a little bit earlier. if they don't have the hospital scene where the guy jumps out the window, I think that movie is like close to top 5 for me, to be honest. It's got great shit in it, man. It's just don't take it serious. This is just a throwback slasher, and that's exactly what you're getting. And then with Ends, man, like, oh man, there's just I watched it again this morning, and I was like, dude, there's gonna be one of these times I'm gonna watch it, and I'm not gonna hate it as much as I do, but I just can't go with it, man. The writing is not good. Corey's lines and shit are just super cheesy, super dumb. Like, let's burn it down.
If I can't have her, no one can.
Like let's burn it down. Like all this stupid cheesy shit. It's like, show me how to do it. It's like, dude, you just killed that bum outside the fucking drain like the earlier that morning. And teach me how to do it. And I'm just like, this is so fucking stupid. Like, God. And then they go in
secrets don't get pudding or whatever his mom says.
Well, yeah, man. She slaps the shit out of him and kisses him on the lips. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
Fucking Barbara Streisand's stunt double and shit. Like,
yeah, and then like, dude, they just don't have enough Michael. Like when she walks out and he's killing the doctor on like the pool side, and I'm just like, that mask looks fucking stupid. That scarecrow mask, like, God, it looks so dumb. And then Michael finally comes out, it gets amped up, and I'm like, okay, here we go. Like, let's fucking go. This is who we came to see. We came to see Batman, not Robin. Like, and then he's fucking, holding that chick up by her fucking neck, and then fucking Robin unwraps his hand and he's like, look at my hand up against. It's like, what is happening, dude? Like, this is so fucking dumb. I'm sorry. I know I'm not trying to wreck on the Corey actor. He actually did probably a pretty damn good job. Like, he did. Actually, we were walking into Smile 2 last week, and I swear to fucking God, this dude and his girl were walking in. I turn over to Dace and I'm like, that dude literally looks like Corey Cunningham from fucking Ends. I swear to God, it was him. I swear. Anyways, my bad. I hate
real quick. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, keep going, Donnie. So I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to say real quick too. How fucking stupid is Allison? Like, you saw it, like, was he on his knees or was he on his back? Whatever. He had the fucking knife in his hand, and it's like, so she's going to stab him in the neck and then give him the knife and say, hey, get down on your knees and hold this because Allison finna come in. What the fuck? Like,
yeah, dude. Oh my God.
The way she immediately turned on Lori when she saw that, like, she did that, I just thought was really fucking stupid.
I'm sorry. Sorry I acted the way I did. I was just wondering if you would want to take a walk with me. And then they go down the block and he's like, I killed somebody. And they're like, let's get on your motorcycle and drive around. I'm like, dude, what? This shit is so fucking dumb. Yeah, like, dude, it's like, I swear to God, he goes and kills that doctor and the redheaded chick. And then it's like, I better go pick up Allison. Something's taking over me. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm just like, God, this is so fucking bad, dude. I'm sorry. Dude, I'm not trying to wreck on anybody that likes this movie. That's totally fine. Like I said, that's what's great about horror. If you like, not all of us are going to agree on every single movie. There's just no possible way. But dude, I'm sorry. Like, there are just other routes that they could have taken. Either they should have brought Corey into kills, or Corey could have maybe survived, or they should have brought in Silver Shamrock. Because I swear to God,
introduce Corey earlier in the
series. Or make up your fucking mind on whether the dude is fucking a man or supernatural, or he's passing this darkness on to fucking Corey. But then, like, I swear to God, it's like okay, like, he's getting bitched around. Well, I guess Corey's like almost half dead because he just took a fucking knife to the neck and he like chokes it. Like, I don't know. It's just, man, dude, it's so fucking dumb. And I know when like Lori and him are fighting in the kitchen and shit, like, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But like, God, she like fucking grabs his hand, stabs it, and then she fucking skillets it down. And I'm just like, this is so fucking dumb. But then the icing on the cake, I'm not trying to wreck on Andi Matichak. She does a good job. Total babe. Like, she does a great job throughout the whole trilogy.
She came in to break his arm.
I was like, dude, I'm about to take out this DVD and just burn it. Like, I couldn't take
to the ground.
Yeah, seriously. Like, when she breaks his arm, and then she's like, he's like, he's dead.
Dead.
She's like, yeah, but then she's not enough. And I'm just like, and dude, you knew when he was fucking, when they went right to the junkyard and you saw the fucking metal fucking grinder or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah,
you just knew. I leaned over to Dace and I'm like, that's how they're gonna kill him. Like it was some of it was very predictable. Now the junkyard scene, very good. The junkyard scene was awesome. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's a really good part. The cinematography.
That ain't how we do things here.
Yeah.
It is tonight.
The cinematography is really good, but man, it's like the band kids like picking on him and shit. It's like, dude, what is happening, dude? I just
drumstick in the eye was gnarly.
Yeah, good. Yeah, like I don't know, man. Gosh, I just didn't suspect, or I just didn't predict that this was how they were going to end this trilogy. I thought the other two films were very, very good. I liked them very much, but and I would never like, dude. David Gordon Green did a good job. Again, like, not every movie is going to be for everybody, but yeah, Ends is just not my favorite, man. So we'll get to the ranking. I'll just go over mine real quick because I got mine like written up here real quick. Okay, so I'm just gonna go from first to last. So I went 18, H2, 78, Rob Zombie 1, H2O, Kills, 453, Curse, Resurrection, Rob Zombie 2, and obviously Ends.
How many was that? Was that 12?
Okay, so let's look here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13.
13. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing off my list then. Because I have mine too. I'm sorry, Cody. You want to go?
And Cody, if you don't have yours written out, or if you do,
I got mine.
Like, yeah,
made it on my Letterboxd.
Let's go, dude. That's the best way of doing it. I'm so old school. I'm writing a little pamphlet of paper.
So Halloween 78, H2O, Halloween 2, Halloween 4, Rob Zombie's Halloween, nice. Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, Halloween Kills, Resurrection, 2018, Ends 3, 6, and 5.
Dude, you really like Scout, dude. Like, damn, you got Zombie 2 up in the fucking like 6? Damn, let's go, dude. Nice. Damn, dude, you really do hate 5, man. No, I'm just joking, dude. Cody, that's dope, dude. I like it.
6 used to be the last spot, but I kind of
there's like 6 is too good to be at the last
like
spot.
When I look, because when I looked at more of like the horror aspect, I still hate the script, but the horror works a lot better than 5.
Amen. Yeah, I would agree. So what do you got, Donnie?
And too, just real quick to that point.
Yeah.
Earlier you said it's like a grunge kind of, feel. It's like what year is that one from? 95?
95, yeah.
So it's encapsulated in that time, like right before grunge like really started to die back down, if you will, because like grunge was the response to like hair metal, right?
Yep.
And then after Kurt Cobain died, it started to drop. Even though you had Alice in Chains and these other bands that started to drop, right? But but that movie though, with the music selection and all that stuff, and like you said, the horror elements, didn't like it when I first saw it. Grew on me. So.
Oh yeah, dude! Everybody in the movies wearing flannel and shit. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so I have. That's why I feel like I'm missing one. So at 1, I went back and forth over this. So I have a tie with the OG and with H2O.
That's dope, dude.
And then so number 3, I have 4, and then I got 2, 6, 18, 07, Resurrection, 5, Kills, Ends, 09, and 3.
09 and 3. I think that was all of them.
Okay, I thought maybe I'm just miscounting because I got the 2 tied at 1, so it goes from 1 straight to 3, 4, 5. You know what I mean?
Oh, there you go. There you go. Nice. Okay.
That might be what I'm.
Damn, dude, you got H3 at the end, dude. I'll probably better not tell Dace, dude. Nice.
You know what? I've never said anything to her, and just because I'm scared that you're gonna like throw me into the clouds.
No, dude, so, me literally putting it in like the middle of my in my rank.
Gonna start an argument.
No, I just remember like we watched that like last year, and it would like we both just sitting there kind of like with our fucking jaws dropped, like, God damn, this movie's fucking good, man. But again, dude, that's what I love about horror, man. Like we each have our different rankings of things, and that's what makes movies good. So no doubt. Damn, fellas, I know that was a fucking lot. We're literally in like fucking 50 seconds going to be at 4 hours. So we actually did a pretty good job for the whole franchise. Nice. I love it.
Word.
Nice way to kind of cap the week before. Are you guys got any plans for tomorrow or?
Handing out candy, and I'm gonna watch Halloween 78, 2, and then H2O. The only trilogy that matters.
Dude, I'm so God, this just shows you how amateur I am, dude. See, I've never probably ever have watched that trilogy like that ever. Like I'm not even joking. Like
Really?
I might just do it just because you just said that. Like
You should.
Yeah, honestly, I probably just should.
So two things. One, okay, so I got treatment in the morning, get home from that, and I'm gonna try to find this black and white shirt or jacket that I got in my closet. Got some green hairspray. Hand out candy to the kiddies as black juice. Your bioexorcist here for you. And to tell you the honest to God truth, I just been in that bag of the Final Destination thing.
Nice,
and so
dude.
I was watching. I watched two, and this kind of segue just real quick. I want to ask you guys this. So when I opened it, when I first bought it, they were all in order from Final Destination all the way to Final Destination 5. But as I've gone through it and watched it, I put them back in the order it should be. So 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, like in the in order in the case, right? And the fact that, you find out. I remember watching it for the first time, and like, me and my mom both pointed out, like, hey, if this is in 2011, why Buddy got a flip phone? Like, something just seemed strange about that for a movie in 2011. But yeah, in that Final Destination bag, and probably gonna watch some more Vincent Price movies too. We got a lot of his movies on there. But what I was gonna ask you is, do you guys feel like the second one is your favorite? A lot of times in a franchise, not in every single one, of course, but in horror and other things, And do you guys also feel like there's a connection, like a thread connecting, like between comedy and horror? That's what I wanted to ask you. Do y'all feel like there's room for comedy in horror films? Because my brother and I got into like a debate about this, and I was trying to explain to him, like, in horror, you're trying to get that jump scare. In comedy, you're trying to get that laugh. And, you could put elements of, of one in another. There's comedy movies that have scares in them, and there's horror movies with comedy in it. So, it's just those two
I don't
things.
mind horror with comedy, but if it's in a intense situation, I don't like it. For example, in Halloween 2018, when Vicky is getting killed and Julian's like, oh shit, and then he gets out of bed and hauls ass, and he comes back up and sees Michael dragging her, and he's like, nope, and then he runs back downstairs. It's funny, but I do not like it in that moment because it detracts from the tension of the fact that Vicky is being killed,
Yeah. I like when she jumps out though. She's like, "Gah," and then all of a sudden he's like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me."
Yeah.
No.
It's fine.
Yeah, I like that shit.
No, send Dave first.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like that too.
Don't go up there.
But like when it breaks the tension, I think like when it had him making those comments like while she's being killed, it was funny, but it just broke the tension for me.
Yeah, she was hot too.
Think,
yeah. Dude, of course. Like, dude, like I think they actually consider Lost Boys like horror comedy. I don't really like, and if that's considered a horror comedy, then like, geez Louise, that's like one of my favorite horror movies of all time. Like, where you can have a movie be that gruesome and that like fucking great, like those fucking vampires, like some of like the fire pit scene on the fucking beach is brutal as fuck, but then it have like, some Oh, dude, horror comedies are like some of the best, dude. Like,
well, look at how many people call Scream a comedy, and I'm like, I wasn't laughing like I would a comedy. There's some good one-liners, but I wouldn't call it a comedy.
Oh yeah, Randy's got some of the best, but like, dude, as real and raw as that movie is, like, woof, yeah, like for me, like a horror comedy, my favorite is Club Dread. Yeah, the dudes from Super Troopers, they did a slasher film like on the I love Club Dread.
I only saw that movie like once. It was okay. It's just not one I would care to watch again.
Yeah.
So do you guys feel like a movie that is rooted in comedy, if it dials back some of the comedy, they can put scary elements in it? Because there's nothing really scary
as long as
in
it's
Scary
used
Movie 1
appropriately. I'm fine with it.
Yeah,
but
true.
There's nothing scary about Scary Movie 1 or 2 necessarily. No. But do you think if they dial back the comedy though, they could get away with more like, actually scare you kind of moments? Is what I'm saying. Do you think that could be a thing?
Like I think Jennifer's Body is a good horror comedy too. Like I
there
think
you
that
go.
perfectly balances horror and comedy.
Oh, dude. 100%, Cody. Yeah.
Because see, in a haunted house, which is definitely supposed to be comedy first, there are some like pretty good jump scares in that movie for it to be as funny as it is. There are, because the chick gets possessed, it's like the Paranormal Activity. So the chick gets possessed and there's like the demonic voice and she's like she's like twisting around and like boom, jumping out of the darkness and scare. There's actual jump scares. I mean, we saw that in the theater and they, got us a couple times, but but obviously it's rooted in comedy. But that led me to it being rooted in comedy. Mine would probably be Bones, if y'all ever seen that. Because,
dude, Donnie literally just watched it yesterday, dude. Not even lying.
Really?
Yeah.
First time?
All the way through. Yeah. The other time I think I had fallen asleep about like the middle, and then I finally watched it all the way through yesterday. I literally just watched Ghost of Mars, and I'm like, that was fucking terrible. And then I watched Bones, and I was like, oh, like I just remember a lot of people talking about it. Yeah, Snoop Dogg does pretty good. It's got like, it's interesting. It's good.
A forever young Bianca Lawson.
It crosses. She's so damn fine, but there.
Yeah, I actually did recognize her. Yeah, in that movie. Yeah,
it crosses so many like lines because it's like blaxploitation and horror and comedy. Because at the end, when he's going back and getting all the people that like just stood there,
which
some funny moments in there.
100%.
He got dude by the head and he like is banging him into the wall and shit. Like, shut up, like stuff like that. I think it's cool. How do you have like this, that balance in that great movie though? Real quick, Ernest Dickerson, the guy who directed the movie, he helped Rusty Cundiff on Tales from the Hood.
Tales from the Hood was a good one too.
Oh, we're talking like before he made the movie, you're saying?
Yeah, he worked on
it. Okay,
Tales
that makes total sense. Yep,
with Rusty Cundiff, and maybe Fear of a Black Hat too, which is a parody. If you've never seen that,
I don't think I have.
It's kind of like CB4. It's like a parody, like in that vein. But I think he worked on that too. And then Bones, I think, was the first movie that Ernest Dickerson directed. Like it was him doing all of it. But the other thing, do you guys like find it like the sequel, the second one is usually your favorite? Like, like Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is my favorite. Child's Play 2 is my favorite. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets is my favorite. You know what I'm saying? Just like that. I wouldn't say Halloween 2 is my favorite. Scream 2 is my favorite. But I still
not too
know
frequently, but like
is my favorite.
Saw 2 is my favorite of that franchise.
What was?
Saw 2.
Saw 2. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you, Anthony?
And like sometimes I go back and forth on Child's Play franchise, where sometimes Bride of Chucky is my favorite, or Child's Play 2.
Brad's a good movie.
Yeah. That was my first Chucky, so.
Yep.
Dude, sorry. I had to look at the filmography of that dude, that Ernest Dickerson dude. Nice. So he did Juice, Bones. He did Demon Knight. I didn't know that. Bulletproof was good with Adam Sandler.
Yep. And Damon Wayans. Yep.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
I could be wrong, but didn't he do Death by Temptation?
Or is this
someone else?
You talking about or somebody else?
Ernest.
Or Rusty Cundiff.
Let me look it up.
I don't see that movie. Nice. Oh, dude, literally, Donnie. I feel like I kind of had mentioned that, like with. Oh, maybe I just mentioned that to Cody. I can't remember before you hopped on. Like I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, Scream 2, fucking Hellbound, Hellraiser Hellbound. Like usually it's weird that I do prefer the sequels over the originals. Not that I have less appreciation of the originals, but it's just like I don't know what it is, man. Sometimes those sequels, man, they talk about it in Scream 2. Some sequels do surpass the originals.
Like no, you're right, dude. Like I feel like not that I dislike the first Scream or really dislike any of them, but I the second one is my favorite. The Child's Play 2, the Toy Factory scene is just so good. Like you know what I'm saying? Just that's what like seals it, for me. But yeah, real quick, last thing I'll say, you guys, if you've never seen it, I do believe it's still on YouTube. I'm not 100% sure if it has been like taken down or whatever, but there was of course there's a streaming service that was called Shudder, which I think is still around, but this I think was made specifically for that documentary. It's called Horror Noir, and noir, it's like in black or black in French, right? So it's it's like a documented history of black horror films, and it's a history of black horror films, and also it has, I mean, everybody from Tony Todd, Miguel Nunez, Ernest Dickerson, like I said, just people. Even I'm blanking on the guy's name right now, and I'm kicking myself for it. But the gentleman who played Blackula, like they go all the way back to like the racism of the movie Birth of a Nation, to how black people at first were always used as like the experiments, or they were the servant or something like that, and then when blaxploitation happened in the 70s, they started making Ganja and Hess and Blackula and tried to use black characters for horror movies. Then after they moved into suburbia, look at Nightmare on Elm Street, you know what I'm saying? Look at Halloween, it's more in the suburbs. You didn't see a lot of black people in those films. And then they talk about how the trope of the black person is always the one that dies, or Rachel True, that didn't happen to her in The Craft, you know what I'm saying? And so they were talking, Brandy didn't die, and I still know, but they were talking about how the black characters were always there to just kind of check on the main white characters, like after the fact or whatever. Going from that all the way to now, you have 100% like black casted horror films, from Get Out and Nope and Us, The Girl with All the Gifts, Attack the Block, like all these different horror, Candyman, the requel, that kind of thing. So you guys, you might like that, you know what I mean? And as a black man, like knowing the history of that shit, it was super, super cool to kind of have it celebrated. And I learned about shit movies I never even heard of, or
Horror Noir was a great doc.
Okay, I was just gonna say I just looked it up. It's on YouTube. Yeah, Shudder original. Yep.
Okay. Have you seen it though?
I have not. I feel like I remember you telling me about it, so I'll have to watch it. It's definitely on YouTube though.
So then, it's one of the best documentaries I've ever seen. And with that Scream Factory thing y'all was talking about, do they usually put like adverts and interviews and stuff from back when said movie came out as well? Like, do they only do like older movies, or do they do like a movie that came out a couple years ago, it will be on Scream Factory too, or are they usually doing stuff that's 10 years older or more?
Well, okay, so Donnie, Cody, you just got the Urban Legends Final Cut, and like they have like commentary from like what's her name, the blonde chick, Kaufman.
Sorry, my earphones just died.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah, dude. So Donnie, they do have interviews from like when said movie was like made and like all that good stuff. To me, I feel like they do have older films though. I feel like they're I don't think they have relatively new films. I don't think so anyways.
No, 'cause I was looking to get Tales from the Hood from the Scream Factory version.
Yeah, some will have.
Dude, they would definitely have that one. I guarantee it.
What I noticed is because they uploaded this on YouTube, is like the interviews are with Rusty Cundiff and like other people, but it's like today. It didn't have any features from then when it came out. But when I got Candyman had interviews with Virginia Madsen and Tony Todd and Casey Lemons and stuff. It had them then in 1992 when the movie came out and Bernard Rose. And then it also had new interviews that they had filmed specifically for that version of it, like for it coming back out, I guess for the Screen Factory thing, they went back and re-interviewed all of them. And so it has both like the old trailers and adverts and shit from 1992 and updated stuff from like 18 or 17, whenever it like came back out.
So this one says special features new The Making of Tales from the Hood, featuring interviews with co-writer director Rusty Cundiff, co-writer producer Darren Scott, actors Corbin Burnson, Wings Harso, Anthony Griffith, and more. Audio commentary with Rusty Cundiff, vintage featurette, theatrical trailer, TV spots. This is Scream Factory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
For a fresh new one, unsealed, sometimes those cost a little bit more, but that one's $30, and it comes with the fucking slipcover, which actually looks really fucking cool, man. Not gonna lie.
This is the one with the rainbow cover, like kind of colors on it, or
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's the one I saw. Yeah.
Nice.
And rest in peace to Clarence Williams III. He was great in that movie, man.
100,000%, dude.
As Mr. Sims. Oh, the shit. The poopity pop. Yes, shit. Like, oh, we gotta get you. And then how he comes back from each story, he's telling them how this person died. Then it shows that story, then it comes back and he shows and you notice him becoming more unhinged as it goes on. Like at first he's all calm and cool. Then by the time the last story happens, he's like sweating and he's all like jittery and stuff. And you know what I mean? And then he becomes, obviously, this ain't the Terror Dome, neither, welcome to hell, right? And they interviewed him. This isn't on the Scream Factory thing, at least I don't think it is. They asked him, it took them like 4 hours of makeup to make him like the devil for that ending scene. And they asked him, Clarence, what was it like, dressing up as the devil to do that part of the movie? Did you have fun? Did you enjoy it? He said, I did not. and that was it. Like, but yeah, man, he was dope in that. He was,
it's a good movie, dude.
He was dope in Purple Rain, just a good actor. So, but yeah, man, if y'all get to check that out, I mean,
nice. Okay, Cody, my bad. You probably got to go. Alrighty, I appreciate it, guys. Everybody that's in the comments are still watching. I think I see a few people still watching. Thank you guys for fucking tapping in with us. It was fun. Good times. I'm telling you, man, we got to start doing some more fucking streams. I like doing this shit. But I know it's like a little bit much when we're going over a whole fucking franchise. I know we definitely won't be doing that all the time, but yeah, again, still fun time. I know a lot of people are streaming and shit tonight, but again, for all of you that joined us, thank you guys. Appreciate it. I want to wish everyone a happy Halloween, a safe Halloween. I think the weather's going to be perfect. I know it's kind of been raining around the area, but I was telling Dace earlier today, like the wind was kind of blowing. The leaves were kind of fucking looking dope. I'm like, man, these kids are going to be lucky tomorrow night because it seems like it's going to be nice. So,
yeah, no doubt.
Shit, Cody, I think you're on mute, brother.
You're muted, bro.
There we go.
Sorry. I said 1 year we got snow on Halloween, and I was pissed as all hell.
Oh, dude, I can remember a couple Halloweens being where we got snow. No lie. Like I can remember, like my birthday's the 26th, and there was a couple birthdays that I had that there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
I haven't seen that here. Living in Missouri, I haven't seen that yet.
That's crazy. Yeah. Good old. I mean, shit, dude. I bet North Dakota has it way worse than Nebraska. Guarantee you for sure. But hopefully, it won't be coming anytime soon. Hopefully.
Right.
what he
100%. But again, thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. And we will catch you guys on the next one. Thank you guys. Peace.
Thanks for
Happy
having me, bro.
Halloween.